Good morning, honorable members. GM, I decided to comply. So I am in full black, yellow, and gold, amplifying the game of today. Honorable members, all welcome in our meeting. We are going to deal with the department on reports pertaining to forensic investigations. These entities included today, according to the agenda, will be the National Library of South Africa, the South Africa State Theatre, as well as the Institute for Drug-Free Sports. We do have a challenge, honorable members, pertaining to the rugby. We have not keep in mind the match played today. So unfortunately, we have to schedule rugby for another time. But while I'm on the issue of rugby, the resolutions has been taken. I have received communication of which there was concern that rugby must appear. But I would ask members' indulgence to meet with the legal desk pertaining to the letter that I received from rugby and the last decisions that we have taken. That's the first thing. The second thing, we also received a report from DSEC pertaining to anti-doping. If members actually went through that report, it is in fact a one, two, three-pager report, and most of the status of the implementation is that the matter is in progress, of the matter is ongoing. There is even a matter that where a official has passed away, contrary to the recommendation that stated that seeking legal advice on appropriate corrective action to be considered against the following parties. So there's only one indicator that speaks to it. Disciplinary process on officials are in progress. So I want to put it to you, members, that we almost want to say struck from the roll about these two reports, the issue pertaining to rugby and the issue pertaining to SAIDs. Because at the end of the day, looking at the time frame, it is quite a long time ago, long process where these matters should have been dealt with. So I don't see for us, unless members decide otherwise, to deal with the issue of both the rugby as well as WADA. Is there any suggestions from members on the floor that we proceed with the agenda with the following? Then that will only be the National Library of South Africa as well as the State Theatre. Any hands, honorable members? Honorable Daniels.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. I trust I'm audible enough.
You are. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Chair, the way you've put it, and I'm referring particularly to the item of the rugby and the communication received, which I'm sure we all have had a look at. I strongly suggest that we go with your guide and your recommendation, and that we then take your lead in order for us not to rush into something and fire from the hip, because we've all got different opinions. I've got mine, you've got yours, around the rugby matter. And if we can then come up with legal advice on that particular item, Chairperson, because I think I'm suspecting that there's too many emotions going around and personal, which is nothing wrong having personal objectives with particular items on our agendas. But I think we need to be very cautious when it comes to SARU, so that we end up doing the right thing, because sometimes with good intentions and the wrong application, we may mess up or mess up rather so many things, Chairperson. So that's why I raised my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. The Honorable Mtetwa.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues, and the Minister, Deputy Minister, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture here present, and our Secretariat. Chair, I'm seeking clarity here. That are you suggesting that we do not discuss the issues because they've been long pending and not dealt with, especially the site issue? Or are you saying that we need more time to look into the things that are going to be presented or that are presented by the reports that we have received? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. The one of SAIDS is a no-brainer. If you look at the report, we will definitely waste our time on the SAIDS report, because if you look at it, actually, in terms of the recommendations made, nothing has been done. There's no, real progress to date. The matter of rugby, I would suggest more time so that I can have a discussion with the legal team. If my memory serves me well, there were discussions, there were resolutions. And I don't want to go into the issue even of the report that members have had access to go and read. I have been informed, I'm only aware of one member. I don't know who else went to have a look at the report. So, and also I have received a letter indicated that there's a rugby game on today, and I think it will be unfair towards the rugby delegation to sit in a meeting of this nature amid the arrangements of a very important game tonight in, I think, is it Durban or PE? The Honorable Eugene Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. And then a follow-up to that, I would accept the explanation around the rugby union. But then I would like the minister then to tell us what has he done or what is he doing? Because somebody must then be held accountable. We can't be sitting with having given recommendations and those are not implemented and there's no progress whatsoever and nobody takes accountability. I would like to hear from the minister what is his take on the issue of Said. If that is the case, that they have not done anything about it, then we must, the buck stops with the minister. And yeah, that.
Happy. I'm happy to do that on your request, but I'm not going to ask the minister now. Let's first deal with the issue of the agenda. Whether we will agree that SAIDS is off, we will still, accommodate the request of Honorable Mtetwa on why and what are the delays. The Honorable Tebogo, welcome.
Good morning, Good morning, Chairperson, to yourself. Good morning to all honorable members, the Minister, the Department. Chair, I think I'm aligned with members who say maybe on the issue of SARU, we excuse them because of reasons you have provided. However, on the issue of SAID, I'm of the view that they have submitted a report. Members have prepared questions to the leadership of SAID and the department, and let's engage them. If other members believe that there's no progress, let's test that in a meeting because they are here. So I'm proposing that we continue with the meeting with SAIT, excuse SARU, look in the program of Parliament and the committee, and see when we can include them in our meeting, in future meetings, and then also support the view to look at your maybe get a legal opinion on the issue of the SARU and stuff. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Letsie. That's helpful on the two issues. If more from the look of things that SAIT will stay, but I will go to other members now. DSEC, did SAIT's representatives been invited, received a link?
Yes, Chair, I'm in the meeting.
Oh,
This
Mr. Galant is in the meeting. Wonderful. Honorable Malatsani. Please unmute.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister and Deputy Minister, honorable members, everyone who's on the platform. I think, Chairperson, I'm supporting the motion that has been laid forward by Honorable Tebogo, that we can put the issue of SAGWA aside. And if WADA members and so forth are here, we can continue with the WADA, especially being that we've prepared ourselves, even though that report, Chairperson, I think, let me pause there. I think I will discuss it when we arrive at that point. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Let me just double check on our communication lines. Mr. Galant, when did you receive the link?
I received the link from the department, I think a week or two ago. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me pass my greetings to your good self and all people on the platform, Chair. Let me appreciate also the opportunity. Chair, let me start with the issue of SARU. I think we can all agree that we can excuse them for today. But at the same time, we agree with the recommendation that a letter should be written to the legal department so that we seek clarity as a portfolio on our behalf, Chairperson. The third issue is that we should agree that apart from an entity declaring that they have closed the matter, Parliament has a responsibility of satisfying itself as to whether the recommendations has been fully implemented. And as things stand in relation to SARU, Chairperson, it cannot be that SARU would want to tell us that they cannot appear before the committee because of the matter has been closed, especially when we are sitting before us with no report that is able to demonstrate the full implementation of these recommendations. That will be my intake on the matter. The last part that will probably request, Chairperson, in line with the SARU's letter and its recommendation that it cannot appear. When we must request, as and when we prepare for a new day, Chairperson, we must request a comprehensive implementation report detailing that PwC recommendation recommendations being implemented, Chairperson. We take note of their request and generally would expect, as and when they appear, they give us that report so that we avoid relying on their analysis, which might be right or wrong in relation to the implementation of this PwC report of the investigation. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. Thank you, Honorable members. I think from my side and the chairperson's desk, I must just collate. I'm aware there were various respective communications and decisions in that particular meeting. We also have from our side a legal document that has given us the guidance on the whole developments with SARU. And then SARU as well have a legal document that was also presented to us. I just have to collate them, go through that, and perhaps pay a visit to the legal department and come up. And I want to apply the Audi Altrum Patrum rule, whether all role players have that understanding on the issue that yes, perhaps we can test or whether it's testable or not, so that I can communicate to the members on that decision. With that note, should we then agree, members, that we proceed with the meeting? We have seats here, we have everything, and the meeting will then proceed without. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you are honorable. You
Yes,
are
you are
Honorable.
voorzitter. You are honorable voorzitter.
I was just seeing figures in front of me. So then I will come back. So we will deal with the agenda as is without Saru. But members, please note that there is also a sitting this afternoon. So I will have a little bit be more harsh and stricter on time when it comes to a member's input. The agenda is in front of us without Saru. Can I get a proposal and a seconder to that?
Yes, Honorable Chair. I propose acceptance.
Thank you, Honorable Musa. Honorable Tani, is that a seconder?
Chairperson, is that a seconder? And on top of seconding, Chair, as you just mentioned, that we don't have time as
Yes.
we have National Assembly at 2:00. Can whoever who's going to do the presentation must not spend time on the reports, so that we can be able to spend time on engagements.
Thank you. And some members also have other responsibilities elsewhere at the netball. Honorable members, it will be the welcoming introduction. Is there any apologies, professional staff member?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, all members on the platform, Ministry and the department. Yes, Chairperson, we do have an apology from Minister Mackenzie, Chair. He is in the meeting, but he's indicated that he will also be joining the select committee at 10. So he'll be in and out of the meeting today, Chair, but he's in the meeting now and will have to join the NCOP.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And the department, any apologies? If none.
Good morning, Chairperson, members, Minister and Deputy Minister and colleagues. We do not have apologies on the side of the department. Thank you, Chair.
Member side, the side of SAIDS, Mr. Khalan.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister. No apologies from our side, but I can't see who of the board is online, but I do see one of the previous board members, Ms. Maharaj, is online.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, with that said, I'm not going to have an welcoming as usual. This is due to time. We are immediately going to start with the department to start with their presentation. Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair. My apologies, Chair. With your permission, can I say something before Dr. Kumalo, Chair? With your permission.
Minister, my apologies. When I heard you're not here, my mind just went, that you're not present. My humble apologies unto you. Please do, Minister.
Let me just switch on my camera so you can see it's me indeed. Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. Good morning to the honorable members, to the Deputy Minister, to the DG. Chair, I'd just like to answer the question. I've been here from the beginning. Before, because I don't know how long Dr. Kumalo's presentation is going to be, but I think it's just prudent that I answer the question of Honorable Mtetwa. So when I go to the NCOP, I don't want to read like last week in the newspapers that I've run away. All the newspapers said I ran away, so I rather answer it now before I get to, through you, Chair, if I may.
Yes, please proceed, Minister.
Yeah, Chair, I just want to put it on record that I'm equally angry. I'm equally not impressed with the progress of the report. Myself and Dr. Kumalo called a meeting If my memory serves me well, I think it was on Thursday or Friday last week, was the whole department complaining with the lackluster way in which they've handled this matter and other matters. And we basically gave them a deadline to shape up or ship out, because I cannot for the life of me understand why this matter is taking so long after we've got the recommendations. So I don't want to make any excuse, Honorable Chair, but we had to call a special meeting. In fact, Dr. Kumalo called a special meeting and I was there, and she said, we want answers. So we gave them 7 days to wrap up all of this, but you have now had a meeting before the 7 days expired. So there's no excuse I want to make. I just want to be direct with you and tell you that we even called from the lowest person in the department to the highest, in the sports department, to be mown this very fact that Honorable Mtetwa has raised here. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much for that, Minister. Dr. Kumalo, NLSA.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning once again. I had acknowledged the presence of all the principals. Chairperson, I just want to also acknowledge the presence of the chairperson of NLSA, chairperson of South African State Theatre, and the chairperson of SAIDS, who is also present in the meeting. I would like to then request, chairperson, that you allow us to do the presentation on the NLSA. It's 2 presentations, Chair. I've noted the issue of time, and perhaps you will guide, but what we were requesting is that we do that presentation, the 2 presentations on the NLSA investigation report. We will try and be as quick as possible. One is from the department, and then the entity is going to indicate what progress has been made in terms of the implementation of the recommendations. We are requesting, Chair, that subsequent to NLSA's presentation, we then engage on deliberations before we then go to the South African State Theatre's MORAR report, but you can guide if that would not be in order. With that, I would request that Nzuzo, I'm sure you are the one who's going to do it. You put up that presentation on NLSA, which is the first presentation, and Sunita, who is the Chief Audit Executive, chairperson, would introduce that presentation. We do have the investigators that were commissioned to do this work. They are present in the meeting with us. And given the time, I would request that we all summarize, because, Chair, what you will see that when we go to NLSA's feedback report, they will still go through the recommendations, and then they will talk to the implementation and the status thereof. Over to you, colleagues, if the chairperson allows that approach that we are requesting.
Please proceed. Honorable Letia.
Thank you very much, and apologies, Chair, for doing this. From what I understand, the minister is going to leave now at 10. Am I correct? And then
Yes,
is there an
you are
invitation?
correct. We've been informed that the minister will be in and out.
Okay, so he will come back at some point, possibly during question and answers, because there are, I think, few issues that personally I would like to pose to the minister on some of the issues with the SAID issues. Can he get a confirmation?
Honorable, let's see. Let's do this. Can we swift the order of the meeting if that is fine? We'll do SAIDS and then we'll do NLSA. If that is fine, honorable members, maybe we should do that then, because I think the concern here is SAIDS as well, if you listen to members.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a confirmation if we do that and we engage with SAID, will the minister be present?
Minister?
Honorable Chair, I'm going to go to the other meeting as discussed earlier, and I will really try to be present and come back here. But if I don't, the honorable member can write me the questions today, and I'll answer today as I usually do when I get questions from the honorable members. And he will get the reply the same day, not tomorrow. Thank you.
It's a dangerous stance, that, Minister. They might just say you ran away again.
I know.
Honorable
Thank you, Chair.
Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. It doesn't appear that there is a fundamental issue with keeping the order as it is. I'm not understanding the change of order. Thank you.
I think the honorable member indicated that he would like to ask the minister direct, but the minister has also now requested, if he's not available, that can be done in writing. Let's proceed with the current presentation, NLSA.
Good morning, Chairperson, honourable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, Gigi, and all colleagues on the platform. We do have Gobodo Forensic Investigations with us, but I think they've been having some challenges. It's probably the weather. So I will quickly just take the meeting through the forensic investigation. Sorry, Mr. Nzuzo, if you can move to the slide 3. So in terms of the background and the scope, Gobodo was basically asked to look at the following in terms of the allegations that we received, to investigate the payment of a 200,000 bonus to the NLSA CEO, the conflict of interest and interference in the procurement process by the CEO, irregularities in the recruitment, selection, and other HR processes, allegations of bullying levied against the CEO, alleged misuse of the conditional grant in terms of payment to the IFLA conference, alleged misuse of the Presidential Employment Stimulus Initiative Fund, and alleged misuse of the GRAP 103 funds. Next slide, please. So this investigation commenced in 2024. The initial report was tabled to the audit committee, and there were some recommendations that were put forth by the committee, and subsequently this matter was then finalized in February of 2025. This report has also been shared with the members of the NLSA board. Next slide, please. So in terms of the, I won't run through the processes and the tasks. This merely highlights the process that we followed in terms of reviewing of documents and the interviews that we had conducted. In terms, can you go to slide 7, please? It's the one that talks to the findings. Yes. So in terms of the findings, the first finding regarding the payment of the bonus to the CEO. This was basically not substantiated, as this was sanctioned by the board, which basically formed part of the package of the CEO. That a performance-based bonus will be paid out in terms of within a certain time frame, and in terms of targets that were specifically being set by the board that the CEO needed to achieve. Then what was irregular about this process was that the payment was not processed by the HR director, but rather another official within the HR branch, as the HR director refused to do so. Next slide, please. So in terms of the preferential treatment with regards to the appointment of a service provider, the investigation found that this was also not substantiated. The CEO did not interfere with any procurement process. This was determined through interviews with the SCM, various members of the BEC, as well as the BAC. And also we did background checks in terms of the CEO's families and as well as the director of the company in question, and there was no evidence of any relationship between the CEO and his family as well as the directors of the company in question. The next slide, please. So with regards to the appointment of the I just want to check here. The appointment of the a vacant post that was within the at NLSA. Here we found that the CEO did not provide, there was no legal or justifiable reasons why the CEO declined the appointment of the particular individual that was recommended through the recruitment process. And it was found that there was a possible, there was irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure of about 56,979 as a result of this post having to be re-advertised. The board also supported the CEO's decision through their various processes, and we found that this resulted then in the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as the candidate had gone for competency assessment and basically had gone through most of the recruitment processes and was still found to be suitable for the appointment. Next slide, please. With regards to the board secretary, the board secretary presented a fraudulent offer letter, and the CEO accepted this letter despite a warning from the HR director that this letter appears to be fraudulent, and subsequently a higher salary was given to the board secretary. The board, it was then found that indeed this letter was forged. The secretary was then placed on suspension, and whilst on suspension, subsequently resigned. And the board had then requested that this salaries as a result of this incremental offer then be paid back to NLSA. The next slide, please. With regards to then, sorry, we can go then to the next slide. With regards then to the bullying and harassment, there was no, several officials were interviewed regarding this process, and we did not, there was no actually substantive evidence to prove that there was indeed bullying and harassment by the CEO. This is actually a very thin line between bullying and actually reprimanding employees. We found through the review of some emails that indeed this was actually the case with some of the officials. And therefore, this proved to be not substantiated. With regards to the attending the IFLA conference, this actually was as part of the memorandum of agreement with DSAC. So this finding was also not substantiated. There were sufficient grounds for the CEO to attend this conference, and the board members did not attend this conference. The next slide, please. So in terms of the presidential employment stimulus initiative, here the purpose of this initiative was to provide jobs, protect livelihoods, and protect the then existing jobs by implementing a mass digitization program for both NLSA and NASA. Without providing any direct or indirect evidence or leads, the whistleblowers alleged that the allocated funds were misused. Based on the expenditure reports and the interviews conducted, the said allegations could not be substantiated. Similar process was followed with regards to the earmarked funds for GRAP 103. Whilst the expenditure reports did not evidence any misuse, we were not provided with any other supporting documents to indicate there was any misuse or mismanagement. The next slide, please. So in terms of the recommendations, we had recommended a disciplinary action against the CEO for declining the recommendation of the selection panel to employ a suitable candidate without justifiable reasons, causing fruitless and wasteful expenditure to the value of 56,979, blatant disregard of the advice and caution of the former HR director in terms of the fraudulent letter by the board secretary, failure to conduct a proper due diligence on the offer letter, causing irregular expenditure by recommending an increment or adjustment to the salary of the board secretary, failure to comply and cooperate with this particular investigation. If not already conducted, the NLSA should disclose the amount fraudulently earned by the former board secretary as irregular, and also disclose the bonus of that was paid to the CEO as irregular as well, as this was not done in terms of the proper delegation of authority. The NLSA should also update its remuneration policy. The next slide, please. Then, Chair, we just highlight some of the challenges that we experienced with this investigation, predominantly the continuous failure of the CEO to participate in the investigation, despite numerous attempts, and also the lack of urgency by the former board chairperson to ensure that the CEO cooperates. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sunita. Chairperson has indicated the board would now, I believe through the CEO, then present the implementation, the progress regarding the implementation of these recommendations. I'm not sure whether the chairperson is going to start with comments. I would want to hand over to NLSA now.
Please proceed.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning, Minister. Morning, Deputy Minister, and all members of the Portfolio Committee. It's Bernardo Marlik, the Chairperson of the NLSA. Chairperson, I assume that our presentation is there. Chairperson, for the purpose of time, I will zone in just on, if you allow me to, I will just zone in on some of the issues and not repeat what Sunita has already discussed and highlighted. In fact, there was in total 8 issues for investigation if you look at it. And if you go into the report that has been given to you, you would see the breakdown of those specific areas. But I actually want to focus on what the board has done after the report. The board then took the report for legal opinion, to obtain a legal opinion on this particular matters. And so just speaking to some of the issues, which was important to highlight, was the issue around the irregular payment of the 200,000. The board has taken, and Sunita has taken, there was a decision taken from the previous board. And so for the board we then had to go on the revision of this decision of the previous board, should we have thought that this particular matter was irregular, which the board then looked at the cost implications and also the legal opinion that we obtained, and we, based on the legal opinion, we didn't pursue this particular matter. The other important issue, Chairperson, to highlight out of the report was the issue of the irregularities in the recruitment process. Now, there is currently a particular matter that relates to this thing, and this is the one of the 56,000 rand. At this stage, we are busy looking into it. We are busy, actually quite advanced in terms of looking at the disciplinary processes in terms of dealing with this particular matter. And so I would not want to elaborate too much on this process in terms of recovering on this particular matter because it relates to some HR processes also that we needed to look at, and the board has now instituted, and probably the CEO would be able to give you further insight into that. There was also the matter relating to this report that speaks to the irrational appointment. That particular appointment process is now finding itself within the court processes, and the current board has taken note of that. But also we have asked the CEO to look if there is a process to conclude an out of court settlement with this particular process, because if you go look into the Kubota report, it will highlight to you that there was an irrationality in terms of that particular appointment that has taken place. The board have taken note that that particular appointment process is for the court, and we have also now spoken to the CEO in terms of dealing with that particular matters. See, Chairperson, then the other critical issues, not to repeat, but to look at the actions that the board has taken to date on the particular issues. You would see that they relates to issues of closing gaps in terms of policy frameworks and guidelines and remuneration policies that the board has now instituted to close that particular gaps into to making sure that the issues around irregular payments around 200,000 and in terms of bonuses, etc., would not be taking place. We have also embarked on a process in terms of making sure that our policies are up to date, in terms of making sure that all the controls in terms of governance and accountability in the process of specific accountability mechanisms is put in place to avoid future instances of this kind. So just taking you back, Chairperson, in total, there was, if you go into this report as I highlighted, and not because of time, there was basically 8 recommendations. Out of that 8 recommendations, 5 of them didn't require board action. The board has implemented the 1, and the 2 issues which I've highlighted to you that is in progress, those are the 2 issues which still needs to be finalized. Chairperson, I hope I've covered those gaps, and so yeah, Chairperson, just to give you also an insight in terms from the board's perspective, as I want to just bring you back that this report came to the board in February 25 as a final report. The board only took real decisions on this report in our April meeting of 25 and the subsequent actions which I've highlighted the board has taken to date. Chairperson, that's just to close the loop in terms of the discussions on this particular report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mararak. Are we taking the next one, Dr. Kumalo, or you want us to interrogate this report?
Chairperson, I had asked that you guide, but we are ready to take the next one if you'd like us to take the South African State Theatre.
I think let's do one by one so that we can stay on point. Honorable members, can we ask for questions? The Honorable Eugene Mtetwa. Please proceed. I will add the other members.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning again. Chair, I just want to get clarity first before I engage in other questions. If the CEO that is said to have not cooperated, is he or she the same CEO who's here with us today? Or is he or she here with us today?
Can we
Chairperson?
get a response?
Chairperson, I can respond. The particular CEO which we're talking about is our previous CEO, as well as the matters was before the previous board. The board and the CEO which is present is the new board and the new CEO in the executives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Let me firstly find out what did What did you do about the CEO? What have you done with the issue of that CEO that was found to be wanting and arrogant?
Uh, Chairperson, if I could respond.
Yeah, please respond.
Chairperson, the report we received was in February 25. The previous CEO's contract ended in February 25. So in terms of the arrogancy and all the other issues, we were not able to deal with that matter because the report came, I think, 2 days before his contract expired at the end of February 25. And therefore, in terms of those issues were highlighted, we couldn't do, in terms of his non-cooperation, we couldn't do anything around that matter. Thank you, Chair.
Did you recover the 200,000 that was paid irregularly?
Chairperson, as highlighted within the report, there was a decision taken by the previous board, which says, so for us to recover that, we would then have to go on in terms of rescinding the previous board, also in terms of our legal opinion, in terms of the cost factor into that matter, it would just have exceeded the cost, which we in terms of recovery. Thank you.
Okay, all right. The disciplinary process. You said you couldn't run the disciplinary process because she was no longer there. Okay, let me come to the department first and foremost. Sunita, Miss Sunita Ramanda. What is your position at the department?
Morning, Mr. Mtetwa. I am the head of internal audit, the chief audit executive.
You're the chief auditor. What specialized skills do you have?
I have a degree in auditing as well as honors. Postgraduate.
Legally, do you have anything to do with legal?
No, I don't have any legal qualifications.
And when you then have to set the terms of reference, what informs your terms of reference in terms of issues that need legal? How do you deal with that?
In this particular matter, Honorable Member, we did get a submission from the previous minister in terms of various allegations that came through his office from NLSA. And basically that informed our terms of reference. There was guidance given in that submission in terms of matters that we had to review that informed the scope of this investigation. Thanks.
I'm not just referring to this incident. I'm saying generally what would inform you, because you seem to be the one who's setting terms of reference in most cases. What would inform you in terms of references?
It would be the concerns that are raised either by management or the whistleblower in terms of looking at specific areas that require investigation. That's what informs the terms of reference.
I'm asking those questions because in most of these investigations, what then becomes a missing point, it is what led to the mishaps. Your terms of reference seem to be poking on the end part of the mishaps instead of helping us to be able to develop policies so that we guard against such things happening. What would you say in relation to that statement?
Honorable Member, in terms of looking at the allegations, the process that should unfold is looking at the internal control environment as well. In terms of it's not just looking specifically at a particular allegation, the allegation then informs a particular process. So in nullifying that or substantiating that allegation, you have to look at the value chain as well. So the internal control process that goes with that particular allegation also needs to be looked at, and the environment as well.
If your terms of reference were looking at the systemic failures, why is the department forever found wanting on these matters, especially when it comes to holding anyone accountable? It's always a miss of that. When it comes to finding out what led to matters to be like that, it is always missing that part. Why is the department forever wanting? If you are, as a person who has specialized skills, who does especially auditing, you are not able to find out, like for instance, on the SIFSA thing, where you could not pick up that one of the challenges that have led to many issues around SIFSA is that the systems were not in place. And that's not what Goboto find out, for instance. You would know that an organization to have an audit, appointment of an auditor, it must be through an AGM, which also qualifies an entity to be in good standing. But here's SIFSA that had no AGM whatsoever, 3 consecutive years, but it was funded by the department that you work for, that you audit for, that you set terms of reference for, and you couldn't pick up that. Is it your weakness? Is it a failure of the department to implement, or failure generally of, or deliberate plot not to hold people accountable? Because most of the cases, people are saying that person resigned. It doesn't matter if a person has resigned and committed something wrong. He can be followed. It's a criminal offense. He can be followed. So what would be your take on that?
Definitely, it's not a deliberate attempt. As a forensic investigation unit, we try our level best to really get to the fore in terms of the root causes of these matters. I think these investigations also allow us to get better, and we will then take these lessons learned and improve on our processes going forward. Thanks.
When did you start?
Please
When did
wrap
you
up,
start
Honorable
working?
Mtetwa.
When did you
Please
start
wrap.
working at the department?
In 2022, April of 2022.
What have you done to improve the systems? As you say that you've identified the systems, the weaknesses of their systems. Here's a case here: somebody has resigned and they cannot pursue. With Usiba awards, somebody has passed on. The department cannot recoup the monies. SIFSA is no longer there. The leadership is no longer there. The leadership, the current leadership, we cannot follow the matters. What systems have you improved? What is it that you've done to improve the systems?
We have enforced our methodology in terms of collaborating with legal services in certain areas where we cannot come up with a proper legal basis. So we're working closely with our legal services on those matters, and we've actually enforced those in terms of strengthening our methodology as well.
Which legal services that also finds itself implicated in the processes? Because part of dealing with the issues of funding and what the legal services are involved in terms of vetting. Yet we see here a number of times that the legal division did not do its work, or it's not even implicated in these forensic investigations. So which legal services are you working with?
Chair, we are working with our in-house legal services.
The very one that have failed.
Honorable Mtetwa, may I stop you there? I will allow the session up until 10:45. We still have the Honorable Potgieter, the Honorable Daniels, and the Honorable Letsie. I'm not going to take any further hands. 10:45 it is. And from there, we will then also have the State Theatre. State Theatre will be from 10:45 to 11 o'clock, and deliberations from 11 to 11:45. Say it's 11:45 to 12 o'clock, deliberations 12 to 12:45. I would thus call upon you, Honorable Mtetwa, to wrap up. I hope you will get another opportunity.
Sorry, Chairperson, my apology. Honorable Kabo, yeah, my hand has been up, Chair.
Yeah, what I will suggest in future, I don't know, but I don't want to prevent members from doing what they are doing. Members are raising their hands, looking his hands is up, and it is a delay. As a result, I'm working out the time. There is a time schedule. So if we do the second session, raise your hands, all of you. I think the impact will be the same whether you speak first, last, second, or third. So raise all the hands so that I can work out the time to give everyone an opportunity. Wrap up, Honorable Tetwa, noted, Honorable Kabo.
Oh, I thought it was an order that Mr. Honorable Khabo wanted to raise.
Now he raised his hand.
Oh. Okay. Chairperson, I won't ask further questions. What I'm trying to probe here, it is the fact that we have a situation where federations, entities, they come and report, but what ultimately remains the responsibility to hold accountable any entity. The department is sleeping. The department is lagging behind. That is why the minister had to call an urgent meeting, or DG had to call an urgent meeting to find out only when they are supposed to come and appear before the parliament. It's when the meetings are held. But all along, things are not done. And that's where we are failing, because we are going to have these entities coming now and then to report to us, and we will never get anywhere. We'll never see anyone held accountable, truly held accountable for the mishaps. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Teto. And what we want to hear is whether the money has been recovered. That there are recommendations. Some of the recommendations says, no, you don't need to recover, declare it as irregular. But most of the recommendations say to recover it, and that is want to see. Want to see. You cannot say also someone is no more with us, they resign. If there was corruption involved, people need to go to report and open a case at a police station. Honorable Leah Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just first off the bat, I'd like to understand the 200,000 Rand bonus. That was processed by an official who didn't have the required delegation. Has it actually been declared as a regular expenditure? And if the board can confirm in which financial statements that appears? And if you can also advise on that, whether your remuneration policy has been amended since then.
In terms of the remuneration policy, that has been amended. In terms of the other matters, I'm going to ask the CEO just to bring in his view on those discussions. Thank you, Mr.
Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable.
It's at kind of final or finishing on, and who's covering these?
Yes, Chairperson, I think on the 56,000, there's currently no cost because we haven't got a court date yet. So we are hoping that we would be able, through our employer organization, be able to negotiate with the employee to have an out-of-court settlement, and that most probably would be our only cost to the matter, because we realize that the documentation at hand does indicate that our prospect for success is very slim. Chairperson, thank you.
Thanks, Hugh. And who's covering that cost? Will that be taken from the previous CEO? Where does that money come from?
I think, Chairperson, if we move forward on that matter, I think the board then had to take a decision either to, I think the only remedy that will be left for the board to do is to do a criminal process with regards to that. So I think all in all, I think the board had to take a decision. Once we can have an out-of-court settlement and we know exactly what that cost would be, then the process will then unfold to make a decision on where to recuperate the money from. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to just touch on the money being ultimately recovered from the fraudulent offer letter and the salary adjustment. That was with regards to the secretary's salary. Now, the money's been recovered, but that essentially is not consequence management. So can you advise what action was taken against the official who failed to conduct due diligence and recommended the salary adjustment?
Chairperson, can I respond on that particular matter?
Yeah, please respond. You're welcome to respond directly.
Chairperson, as per the communication that we received, there was this allegation, and that the previous employer of the employee instituted a criminal case to that matter. So based on that, the board didn't see it necessary to continue with the process, because there was already allusion or very said that was it. But to date we haven't received the case number, and so that was the reason why the board didn't pursue the matter. Thank you.
Thanks. Can you advise when they said the criminal case was instituted?
This was before the new board came into being, and I think if I look at the documents, I think the person left around 23, between 22 and 23. So it's my understanding it would have been between that time when the matter was raised with his previous employee.
So, Chairperson, you don't think it's strange that you haven't received a case number since then? Surely that should be something that you'd follow up.
In fact, it's a matter that we have followed up and continue to follow up in terms of that particular issue.
Okay, Chairperson, I would ask, I'm going to write you, but I think I would ask that we get confirmation of that case number, or at the very least the consequence management has happened. Otherwise, we'd like to know exactly what the board is intending to do with that. I just have two more questions, Chair. The second last one is with regards to the report itself. You found that there was insufficient evidence to substantiate the broader bullying allegation, but you also find that there was victimization of the HR director who basically brought up the fraudulent letter. I'm just concerned that if there is no substantiation of bullying within the organization, but you've made a finding that the HR director was bullied, have you conducted an investigation with regards to that, in terms of consequence management? And if not, why not?
Thank you. Through you, Chairperson, I'm Garabo from Gobodo. If I may answer that particular question. Perhaps, remember the last part of your question, if you can just rephrase it when you ask whether we've provided investigation as far as consequence management is concerned. Can you please rephrase if you don't mind?
Yes, sorry. The consequence management, I assume, would not be for yourselves. It would be for the actual entity. From my points, I'm just trying to understand if you have unsubstantiated allegations of bullying, but you are actually finding cases of bullying. The two seem to contradict one another.
Okay. When we did this investigation and the relevant HR director, former HR director in question, happened to be one of those whistleblower or a complainant, because she raised a number of issues. But we did not necessarily just want to rely on her to try and substantiate and not substantiate the issue of bullying, because she also gave us a referral to people that we could meet. But I think we met about 3 or 4 other people which she referred us to. And then although they raised a number of concerns on their part, which they seem to be painting it out as bullying. When we probed further and requested evidence in the form of emails that they received from the CEO of the relevant land managers, we reviewed those emails. We further approached those land managers, have a discussion. You will find out that most, if not all, of those correspondences with regards to that aspect related to the issue of them not following instruction, not meeting deadlines, concerns that are being raised by a line manager. So we try to isolate that part from the relevant HR director, who happens to be a complainant, who's also raising a legitimate case, because the HR director's complainant does not end to a point where she's victimized, because you will see that the period in question where the chairperson, when that activity took place, when the chairperson took it to book, was when she also raised concern on the conduct. So not the chairperson, the CEO. She also raised concern on the conduct of the CEO by failing to do a due diligence on the company.
I think I'm following you. I understand why you went for that. Sorry to interrupt you. I completely get what happened. Just for the sake of time, so I don't need you to finish that. So my apologies. Chair, my last question, and I would like to really understand with regards to the Gabota report, which found weaknesses in the executive remuneration controls and recommended the strengthening of these controls. And we've heard that they've enforced their methodology, they're working with legal services, they've revised their remuneration policy. I would like to understand, in light of the substantial salary increases that we are now seeing reported, particularly for the CEO and the CFO, I would like the board to advise how these controls have been implemented and how they're objectively evaluating them, with specific reference to how these controls were applied in the current increases to the CEO and CFO salaries. Thank you.
Chairperson, I think we're dealing with 2 different things. We're dealing here with the re-engineering of an entity, and the other one is in terms of salary increases, meaning that we're dealing with Kwetu Peterson move, and also the other instances in terms of salary increases. The particular one which we're talking to is about a Kwetu Peterson. The board is busy in this particular instance looking into this matter, and the board would be advising the department and DSEC in terms of this particular matter. But at this stage, what I can say is there's 2 different processes. The one is an equate to Peterson, and it doesn't not only relate to the CEO and the CFO and executives, it relates to the entire entity. And that is important to note in terms of this particular. And so within our processes that we have put in place, we also looking in seeing in terms of the governance processes that was exercised, but the board is quite confident that those processes were still applicable in terms of the equate to Peterson move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Maralak. Can you perhaps also tell us what happened to the employee who was interviewed and recommended by the interviewing panel? Was that position filled, and by who?
Chairperson, you're talking in terms of the issue around the Gabota report.
Yes.
Yeah, that is the issue which the CEO have alluded to, that the matter is now before court because that position was subsequently filled. And that's the issue that we found. And that is the matter that we're now looking at settling out of court in terms of the irrationality that was coming from the report. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, Chair.
Chair, if I can, just with regards to
Honorable
what
Potgieter, let me just give Mr. Links wants to share some more light on the issue.
Yes, Chair. Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to correct one thing. I don't want us to have that broadcast like that. Is the position has not been filled. Remember, we did a re-engineering process, and that position was part of the re-engineering process. We did not continue filling the position, so the position is still available. Thank you, Chair.
Corrected. Thank you, CEO. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Honorable Potgieter, you have to wrap up.
Yes, Chair, I am, but I would like, you know, as you understand, Parliament sits in essence to hold entities to account for the people of this country. But can I get an understanding or a two-sentence explanation from the chairperson? I don't think many people will understand what Patterson is and how it applies to entities. I think we do because we deal with it every day. But a simple 2 sentences on how the controls that they've implemented have been applied in the current setting. In simple layman's terms, so that everybody's on the same page, because I think that explanation is exceptionally confusing for the average layperson. Thank you.
Chair, we're dealing with employment grading systems, which is the equate in Patterson. In terms of what Honorable Potgieter is asking is, did we apply those processes within our framework? Yes, we did apply those processes within our framework. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Daniels.
Thank you for your consideration, Chairperson. No questions from me. I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Letia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Board Chairperson, when did you, okay, maybe before I come to you, maybe let me start with the Kobodo. When did this report of Kobodo, when was it issued?
Thanks.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Go.
No, thanks. I suppose I can respond to it, but I can only respond to it on our part as board having issued it to the department. I won't be privy to when the department issued it to board. From our side, I think it was February last year, or was it, yeah, early February or January last year. Thank you.
2025.
That's correct.
Board Chairperson, when did you receive this report?
Honorable, I think we received it around the between the 23rd of February and the end of February 2025. The final report. Yeah, 2025.
Okay, and the recommendation on when did the CEO leave there?
The CEO left at the end of February 2025.
So the CEO left few days after you had received the report.
I almost think it was like a day before or somewhere there around there that we received the report. But I know he vacated end of February 25.
And that is why maybe you did not constitute disciplinary actions against him.
Exactly, Honorable, because of the time frame that we were given the report in terms of that particular matter.
And then because he had left, and you can't institute disciplinary hearings against a former employee, what did the board do in making sure that this kind of impunity does not happen, where somebody, causes harm to the institution, and before the disciplinary commences, the person can jump ship? What has the board done to make sure that that doesn't happen in future?
The board, first of all, Honorable, we went to review our policies and our frameworks within which we operate in. The board also has discussed it at length to say should a similar process occur, we would institute our policies and our frameworks to avoid similar situations going forward. But we have discussed this particular matter, and also should future occurrences happen, we've put in processes to avoid this happening again.
And in instances like this, what is the policy say? What will you do practically to, save state resources?
I need to now to recall the policy, but if the CEO can just brief on that particular issue, but I think one of the processes is to withhold any payments prior to finalizing this particular matter, where we need to look at some issues around remuneration and where there is maybe dubious processes in terms of payments going forward.
CEO?
Good morning, Honorable Member, Chairperson. Yes, I think maybe if I can just give a little bit of background in terms of in answering the question, is that there was a number of control deficiencies within the organization, from policy to structures and processes that was in place. I think when the board came in, there was about 25 or 26 policies that the board had to deal with, implementing that, starting from HR.
We
Up
do
to
have a problem of
compliance.
time. So
Yes, yes,
please,
yes. I'm getting to that point.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm getting to that point. So initially, what should be happening, that all our matters will then go. So what we've done, we've established a loss control committee, and that loss control committee then deal with all those matters to recommend. But also, we've also put in the internal audit function also some of our assistance to the board to actually look at processes that was not followed. As I stated earlier also to Honorable Member Potgieter, is that the next step for the board is to consider everything all at once, and then consider taking a criminal process with regards to the matters of the CEO. That is the next step. Other than that, there's nothing else that the board can do in the process, other than identifying the extent of what has happened due to the actions of the previous CEO. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. So you don't have a practical explanation of, I'm the CEO. I give myself a bonus of 1 million rands. My salary per month, let's say it's 150,000 rand. I give myself a buzzer, a bonus of 1 million rand, and then the investigation commences. They found that I was not eligible for that 1 million rand. And I've already received it. You are saying the only thing that you have or can do is to stop the 150,000 rand salary that I would get probably at the end of that month. And if I resign, there's nothing that can happen. So the state would have lost 850,000 rands. And you are saying there's nothing that you can do, because that's my question. My question is, what is it that the board has done? Because if you are saying, no, we're looking at policy, you are just being brought. You're not making practical sense to me. I want to leave this meeting understanding that you guys are fit and proper to look after the state resources, to protect the state resources. And from what you have told me, the both of you, I'm not comfortable leaving this meeting. That's why I'm making an example about the 1,150,000 to make it easier for you to understand my question. Chairperson.
Chairperson, I think there's very simple processes that you need to do. If that has to happen, it is you look at the recovery processes. And recovery processes, of course, is through the courts, is through reporting the particular matter, making cases. And so, if you use that example, of course, that's the simple process in terms of the recovery processes. There is no way that the board would leave such a matter unchecked. It come back to the issue of the 200,000. The 200,000 was clearly articulated in terms of how the board has to go about. Using your example, there is clearly processes which the board will look and implement in terms of those recovery. In terms of the recovery of the 200,000, the report from Koboto report indicated while there was a decision of the previous board. If you recall, I said we need to take that process now on rescinding that process, but also in terms of looking at the other process, in terms of, I think we were talking about the 65,000 or 56,000, for an example, and the processes with that, should that particular matter now proceed? And I think that we have spoken to in terms of the process, how we would look at that. So it's not just simply that the board will not know. The board has clear process in terms of dealing with both issues and both examples which you have given. And I think the CEO has spoken to the issue around the 200,000 and going forward in terms of how the board will deal with that. Thank you, Chair.
The Kobodo report indicated that there was no supporting documents from the board that suggested the board approved this thing.
You would also remember that I made a reference to the process that we obtained the legal opinion in terms of how we would the cost analysis on the processes. But I understand where you're coming from, Honorable. But I also think the process which we've engaged with and which you have outlined is still a process that's evolving in terms of looking at how to recover that particular costing as well. Thank you.
Okay. On your presentation, you gave us a table, and on the legal opinion, you said not sourced. The legal opinion was not sourced, but it's okay. This report was you got it in February 2025, which was in the 2024-2025 financial year. Recommendation of Kobodo said declare this as a regular expenditure. From what you and the CEO have just said, I think when responding to Honorable one honorable member, I can't remember now which one. I think it was Honorable Potrudia. But you had indicated that, or your CEO had indicated that this thing has not been done. So you had the 25-26 financial year where you had an opportunity to declare this as a irregular expenditure. Why did that not happen, CEO?
Chairperson, maybe can I request my CFO is also on the call, if he can maybe respond to that one. Thank you.
Okay.
Please do, Mr. Lance.
Morning again, Chair. Let me just turn my video. Morning, Chair. I think from our side, the deliberations, especially with regard to the declaring of it as irregular, also fits into consultations with National Treasury that we have to confirm. A similar issue when we were dealing with legacy issues on irregular expenditure through the Laws Control Committee, came through that in certain instances there were cases in which approval was not sought, and the National Treasury at that point indicated that some of these things are not necessarily irregular expenditure, but they contravened policies, and that's how then, in terms of the PFMA compliance reporting framework, we deal with irregular expenditure. We needed to get some clarity in terms of that, and that's where the process in relation to that was unfolding, at least from a financial point of view. Thanks, Chair.
You are saying you did not declare it because the National Treasury does not believe that this is an irregular expenditure?
Through your Chair, I'm saying there was a similar incidences in which...
No, I'm asking a specific question.
No, in this particular case, we are saying we are consulting with National Treasury to affirm that indeed we...
So you consulted the whole of the 25-26 financial year, and you don't have a resolution as things stand?
No, Chair. Currently, we don't, especially given the unfolding nature of the issue also within the board. So, no, at this point, we don't have, Chair. Thanks.
Chairperson, I'm going to close now, but I'm going to say that we've got people leading these institutions of ours with no regard to processes. Because from what I'm reading, including when Honorable Ted and Honorable Potrudia asked questions, you get a sense that this entity believes or want to question the report of the recommendations of Kobodo, but there's a process to do so. They should have taken the report for review if they felt that they don't agree with the recommendations of the report. They come here, they question the recommendations of they don't implement them, and they come here and tell us it's because of this PFMA regulation, what and what, which is just stories. You can just tell these are people with no regard for processes. We have paid, I can guarantee you, we have paid state money to pay Kobodo to investigate. They've investigated, they give us a report, and it gets us dust. We've got people who don't respect the public resources, and they are getting paid hefty salaries themselves. And I think, Chairperson, this must be the last time where we have a conversation with our entities and they give us this wishy-washy answers, because it will get to a point where ourselves we exercise our fiduciary duties and approach law enforcement because law enforcement to open cases, criminal cases against such people who are clearly not doing their work, in protecting public funds. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. If I say that from what I listen, what committee members are asking and saying, if I say that they sense that that NLSA hasn't got any plan to do anything about the former CEO, will that be a correct statement? Who's going to respond to us on that?
CEO, sorry, Chair. No, I think that will be an incorrect statement, Chair, to make, because why there were processes that were busy unfolding, and so we would act against the previous CEO.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maralak. We definitely have to work, both the committee and the department, on a system how we're going to follow the issues on the forensic reports. My experience is that sometimes when you go over to a next parliament, these things are just collapsing and we forgot about it. You hear people are saying that we can't do anything, it's deceased. I mean, there's a world, there's everything, there's an estate, someone resign. If there's corruption involved, go to the police, open a case, show some appetite in all of this. We're having our final speaker, that's Mr. Khabo. I will give the both Honorable Nkosi and Nkosi the first opportunity on the next round when we're going to deal with the other issue. In the meantime, I will request them to send their issues in writing. I'm sorry to do this. I know that Honorable Nkosi, you also want to go to your appointment of +1. Honorable Khabo, we are 15 minutes over our time. I'm happy to, if not me, I'm happy that you drag this up until 1:30. 2 o'clock is a sitting, but bear in mind it's low sugar, high sugar, it's high blood. People have to also eat and prepare themselves for Parliament. The Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and let me appreciate the opportunity. Pass my greetings to all members, including officials and our visitors today, Chairperson. Chair, I think it's important for us as a committee to take note that as much as we have dealt with the previous investigation into the affairs of SIFSA, which was also conducted by Gobodo, there are also glaring issues that were cited in the previous investigation that I believe we need to take note of which is now becoming a trend, Chairperson. We need to appreciate the fact that this investigation was conducted with certain limitations, like the previous limitations that were indicated. And some of the issues that are identical are as follows, Chairperson. One, the investigators are indicating that they did not have access to key documents. Number two, they've made mention of difficulties in securing interviews. They've also made an indication of continuous failure by the CEO to cooperate, including lack of agency by the former board. And these are some of the issues that in the previous investigation, they were identified, investigators having limitations. And as a result, us having a difficulty of concluding as to whether the report gives us a true reflection of what is happening, or the report was deliberately tailor-made to give us a particular outlook as a committee. And I thought it's important for us to register these things and acknowledge these limitations of the Gobodo investigations that has been conducted. And with that being said, Chairperson, I wanted to check with the department as to whether, given the limitations that has been identified by the investigators, is the department satisfied that the investigation was able to sufficiently resolve issues that were identified? Probably I'll start with the department, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask the Chief Audit Executive to respond?
Thank you, Gigi. Yes, DG, we were, Chairperson, we were satisfied that the investigation did meet its objectives. The investigation process did follow quite a rigorous quality assurance process, as well as it was also tabled with our executive management, as well as the minister, and with the audit committee as well, to give us guidance in terms of finalizing this process. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. In relation to the findings, if any, given the fact that there were limitations to access to information, including documentation by the investigation team, one can conclude that certain evidence was not available for the investigators to go through. Is there any of the findings that requires verification?
No, honorable member. When we look at the investigation process, we always try and look at what are the other compensating evidence that we can establish to substantiate an allegation, and this was then followed in this processes where we found that when the CEO was not cooperating, for that matter, we looked at interviewing other members and trying to get further evidence to substantiate the allegations. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. For interest's sake, how much have we spent as the state on this investigation?
The Gobodo investigation was in the region of 388,000.
388,000.
Yes.
Okay. Auditor, you said what's your position again?
I'm the head of internal audit.
Head of internal audit. Okay, fine. You've spoken of the issue of lack of cooperation. Can you speak to missing or unavailable documents with specific reference to GRAP 103? Can you deal with GRAP 103, specifically when the report, or specifically the report indicating that investigators could not make a conclusive determination on GRAP 103 because supporting documentation was not provided?
Thank you, honorable member. Can I ask Gobodo to just assist on this one in terms of the detail? Thank you.
No, no, no.
Thank you.
No, Gobodo, no, relax. We are not going to do that. I'm posing my questions to the department now that the department has said that they've satisfied themselves that the report or the investigation responded to what was needed. I'm saying part of the report indicates that Gobodo could not get access to supporting documentation to make a conclusive determination. So I'm raising this particularly based on your response. So I do not want Gobodo to respond to that. I would want you to respond to that.
Honorable Member, through this process, we tried to look at some of the BAS reports regarding the GRAP 103. I think this was also done through the service provider, and in terms of the timeframes allocated here, we did try and get some of the information regarding this GRAP 103, but not all the information was forthcoming in terms of this process. I think there was also.
So is it safe to say that now that all documents could not, or you could not process all information in relation to certain documents, therefore is not conclusive?
In this particular case, yes.
So it boils back to the issue of the department satisfying itself as to whether the investigation responded to the issues that has been identified. I want to check with you, has the document subsequently been obtained or reviewed, all of the documents? And which key documents, like your response, which key documents have not been reviewed in this instance?
Honorable Member, I'll have to go back to the file just to verify that if we can submit that information to you in writing. I can't recall just at the top of my head what documents were still outstanding.
Not a problem. Can you submit it in writing? Maybe.
No, thanks.
While we are still there, the report is missing the part that speaks to the terms of reference for the investigation. Why is that the case?
The terms of reference is actually summarized in the scope of the report, which is normally forms part of our executive summary and the background information.
Can we have that terms of reference? And I'm much more interested on the terms of reference.
Can we share that with you, Honorable Member?
Yes. Okay. When was the before the investigation? Before the investigation, when was an allegation raised with NLSA or the department? An allegation for you that triggered the investigation?
We got the submission from the minister in November 2023 regarding the approval to actually conduct this investigation.
So can you please take us through on the process that is followed, especially speaking to the allegation when it's been raised and the initiation of the process? Who develops the terms of reference? Who reviews the terms of reference? Let me firstly stop there in terms of the terms of reference while you are responding to the few questions that I've posed.
Okay, in terms of the process, when we get the allegations, we do our, as a forensic unit, we do our preliminary assessment regarding this process. And based on this, we got the allegation in November. We then looked at the validity of the allegations and because it came from the minister with the specific guidance in terms of the scope of the investigation. Yes.
Ma'am, I would request you to be specific. Don't apply. Don't say we. Say that we received an allegation from the minister. This allegation was taken to the internal committee. The internal committee processed this matter, therefore recommended to this committee. The committee reviewed this process and gave it to the management, and ultimately the matter was endorsed for investigation. I would want you to take us through that process.
Okay, so basically this, when we got the allegation, we did the forensic, we did the analysis in terms of looking at this, looking at the allegations. We then formulated the terms of reference. Because we already had the approval from the minister, there was no other processes that were followed. Like I've indicated, the allegations were very specific, and we then formulated the terms of reference. There was also an urgency in terms of.
Through you, Chair. My apology, Chair. Can the official please attach dates, time frames in terms of this process? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tetua.
Okay, so when we got this allegation, it was around about late November 2023. We then formulated the terms of reference and submitted it to our supply chain in around about December 2023 for getting a service provider to assist us with this investigation. Gobodo was appointed in February
Sorry, ma'am.
2024.
Before we skip that critical process, after you receive the allegation, as per your processes, do you have a
Yes.
standard process that guides you as a department on what then happens after an allegation has been received?
At that point in time, we did not have our formalized methodology in
Okay.
terms of the
Okay.
process to be
At
followed.
that time, you did not have.
No.
The second question was the allegation that was brought by the minister tested in anyhow before it was subjected to an investigation?
No, we did not test the allegations because it was a firm. The approved submission was basically an instruction that this investigation must be conducted.
So, can you please share that instruction?
Okay, not a problem. We'll share the submission with you.
Now let's go to the part of formulation of the terms of reference. Who formulates these terms of references?
It was done by my office.
Okay. So after you have done your terms of references,
Yes.
who then reviews them or verifies them as to whether they are in line with
For this, sorry.
Yes.
For this particular matter, there was no review. Like I'd indicated, we did.
So who approved the scope?
No,
You
no.
crafted the scope yourself. You approved it yourself.
No, sorry. We had submitted it to the acting DG at that time. I think it was Mr. Ndima that was acting to assist us with verifying the scope, as well as the head of the public entities unit to assist us in terms of verifying that we did encapsulate the scope correctly as per the instruction of the minister.
So who gave you a confirmation that we can continue? The scope is aligned.
Both parties did confirm that we
What
can
was
proceed.
the role of the legal unit in the process of verification of the scope?
No, at this point we did not engage legal services in terms of the scope.
There was no role played by the legal service in terms of
No.
the scope.
No.
And that was when?
This was between November and December 2023.
Okay, fine. You can continue now. The scope has been approved. You have received the necessary approval. Can we move
Yes.
to the
So we then sent it to supply chain management. This process then took a bit longer because of the festive period, and Gobodo was formally appointed in February of 2024 to commence with the investigation. The SEM
Okay.
processes were
Sorry.
Yes.
While we're on the appointment of Gobodo, I forgot one critical aspect. Before the minister could raise this matter with you, in any way as an audit committee, have you ever identified this matter that required investigation?
No.
Okay. We can continue.
Then Gobodo was appointed, like I said, in February of 2024 to commence with this investigation process. And we've had, as we've indicated, we've had some serious challenges in terms of finalizing the investigation. The first report was tabled to the audit committee in September of 2024. When this report was presented, they also identified some gaps in the reporting, particularly around the recommendations regarding the CEO, as well as the matters regarding the PEPs, the Presidential Stimulus Initiative, as well as the GAP 103, where Gobodo had to basically go back and enhance the report in terms of to substantiate those particular findings. Thank you. And the final report was then issued in February of 2025.
Okay. Now in February 2025, when was then the department given the report for implementation?
In February of 2025.
In February of 2025. Now, can the department probably clarify this aspect in terms of the implementation of the report? What then happens, maybe for interest sake, if you can also mention the name of the CEO and also the company secretary, including the person who was not delegated to authorize the payment of the bonus. Maybe you can mention those names, but I would want to get clarity from the department in this instance whereby an official has just run away from an investigation process. What are the legal avenues that are exploited in making sure that first and foremost that this individual is held accountable beyond their contract term, but secondly, let alone identifying those individuals, informing relevant authorities, because these are individuals, in most cases, are today employed in NLSA. Tomorrow you'll find them in another entity of the department. If I can just get clarity, Chairperson, before I jump into the new board in terms of the new systems that they've spoken of, if the time still allows me, Chairperson. Can we get a response from the department?
Thank you, Honorable Member. So the report was then shared with the through our public entities unit, and the minister. It was then shared with the board. I think it was it was later in February for implementation of the recommendations. It's actually then the responsibility of the board to implement the recommendation. Provide feedback to the department in terms of how those recommendations will be implemented.
My apologies. Does that include, refer issues to the Hawks, to the police? Is there any, with all of these, with our interrogation now, we welcome the report, we interrogate it now, we understand the procedure, but is there any time frames attached to this? And are you happy with the extensive time attached to all of this investigation?
Chairperson, with regards to these investigations, we have to allow the time for the process to unfold. Like I'd indicated, in this particular case, we because of the lack of cooperation from the CEO, we at several instances we had to require the board to intervene. So all of these processes took time in order to finalize this matter. And as an investigator, you have to allow these processes to unfold so that we're not at a stage where, we finalize a report without giving the respective parties adequate time to actually cooperate with the investigation.
Honorable Cabo?
Thanks.
Chairperson, look, some of the responses here, they do not really add up in terms of what the department does. And I would also expand further on my questions in relation to the issue of the department in writing, Chairperson. And I wanted specifically, especially the new board that has been identified, spoke of the new systems that they've put in place. And one of the things that was expected for them was to review their remuneration policy. With specific reference, I wanted to check that, and partly the delegation policy, as part of these things, emanated from loopholes that policy had at that time. So I wanted to check with the new board in relation to that.
Department?
Thank you, Chair. I thought the question was regarding the systems and measures implemented by the new board. Through you, Chair, if the chairperson of the board could respond, please, or the CEO.
Yes, Chair. We implemented. I think I must the honorable is somehow cut, but in terms of delegations of authority, we reviewed it and we put processes in place of that. I couldn't get this other question that he was posing. If there was something else.
I was referring to the remuneration policy.
Okay. The CEO would respond to that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yeah, I think we are in the process of continuously reviewing some of our policies, and I think the remuneration policy is one of them. On the performance management
So
system,
the remuneration policy has not been reviewed.
no, we are still in the process of reviewing
Okay,
it.
let's leave it there then. Department, how do we verify that an entity has actually implemented the forensic investigation recommendations? How do we verify that? And I mean, it's looking at the time that the report has been issued and the new board still explaining on its intentions, which does not largely have even time frames. How does the department verify if indeed an entity is implementing recommendations?
Thank you, Chair. Under normal circumstances, the board would, through the entity oversight unit, provide continuous reports, especially on quarterly basis, to the entity oversight unit with regard to the implementation of, it could be these reports or any other particular program that they are doing. But in this particular case, I think also we have identified that there was a clearing gap in terms of the continuity of the process when the new board actually took over, which I think pointed to weaknesses on the side of the department as well.
So DG, it's safe to say that the department does not have any mechanism of verifying as to whether entities are implementing the recommendations of investigations other than receiving reports.
Side of those reports, no, there isn't any other system that is in place in the department.
Chairperson, you see, partly that's why we should request the department to give us a breakdown of all these investigations that has been taking place with clear indications of the status of the report, with clear indications of recommendations that have been implemented and that has not been implemented, and with specific reference to recommendations that has been implemented. They must clarify that aspect of implemented. What does it mean? Has there been consequence management? Is there been any recovery on the money that has been lost? What does the implementation mean in this regard, Chairperson? In closing, Chair, other things I'll raise them. I want to check with the DG. You know, we are conducting a lot of investigations in the department. How much have we allocated, just to refresh our memory, how much have we allocated for our legal unit? And secondly, now that the legal unit has not played any role in reviewing the terms of reference, how do we then confirm as a department that our terms of reference are aligned to the legal prescripts or would not create any problems for litigations for the department because of legally our terms of reference will not be sound? Chairperson, I'll rest my case there while getting the response. Other issues, I'll be able to submit them in writing. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. We are now going to ask the department to present to us the State
Chairperson,
Theatre report.
Chairperson, through you, Chairperson. Before you close on this matter, just to highlight, and maybe we need to take this serious, Chair. We can't be sitting here and trying to have an accountability process. But we end up with the situation with more questions than answers. As you can see, Chairperson, I deliberately poked on the issue of qualifications of the auditor just to show that in the department, it seems to be just a normal process to say we are doing. The entity is saying we are currently reviewing, we are doing this. Nobody speaks of specifics here. So I would want to request that NLSA must provide us all the policies that they have amended, the previous policies that were there, and the new ones that they have amended as evidence to what they are doing, because they are saying futuristically we will work. And when you look at this process also, it makes one wonder, how does the department account financially? Because financial accountability is annually. But when you look at these forensic investigations, they started in 2023. So you have 2023, 2024, 2020. What are you reporting as a department? What do you say you have achieved in terms of what you've spent on? So those are issues that I thought I should highlight them. And maybe the committee must look at its own process of investigations and do our own investigations and not depend on the department. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tetwa. I think it's precisely the issue I've raised with the states, because most, if not all, of the presentation will go the same way, all the way south. Because it's important to come here and to report on issues that has been dealt with. I think that is very important to us. That's why I'm saying these things will be carried over to the 8th Parliament, to the 9th Parliament, if it's not solved. Members, we need to proceed. We are 45 minutes actually spent more of our time. I will, as promised, Honorable Nkosi, to give you an first opportunity at the next presentation, as well as the other Honorable Nkosi, Sitembile, and Ethel. I'm going to ask the department to flag the state theater presentation, and my questions in line from there will then be, for this presentation, will be first the Honorable Ethel Nkosi and then Honorable Sitembile Nkosi. I will also request them simultaneously to write the questions of the previous presentation to the department to get a response. The department.
Chairperson, before you, can we as the National Library be excused?
Yeah, I would think so, Mr. Maralak, seeing that we are now busy with another entity. And thank you for attending and thank you for the report. And please take note of the members' concerns pertaining to the time frame on reporting on recommendations of forensic audit reports. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, committee. Bye.
The
Chair, we log
department.
off.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The report.
Chairperson,
Honorable Nkosi.
I'm sorry to disturb you. Are you releasing NLSA? If we are having
Yes.
questions directed to them, who's going to respond?
No,
Because
no. I say
haven't
I
given
will
us the
give you the
yeah.
first opportunity to direct questions of the state theater. The other questions to NSLA will then be in writing by yourself and Honorable Sitembile Nkosi. Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, but it will be unfair for us to do that because we are here to engage the report. We are here to raise questions on NLSA. So if you release them before we can raise those questions.
Honorable Molatani.
Let me finish, Chairperson. Then we will write and then we'll get our response through email and so forth. You know very well that we are having a problem where we always write our questions, but we never get answers. If we get answers from, in fact, like as if let me just give them, but you know very well that is not an answer. And Chairperson, it can't be right that we are being run like that. If we have to continue with this item, or else the next item will give it a special day, let it be Chairperson, because we are sitting here with the report of 2022-2023, and the department and NLSA, they need to account. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Malatsani, all of these things that we are doing are also linked to time. And we cannot sit with reports and presentations and have the discussion the whole day. We are scheduled as a portfolio committee up until 2 o'clock. This meeting is scheduled till, I think, 1:45. I said I will extend it up until 1:30. 2 o'clock Parliament starts. We can do nothing about that. Unless it's that we as a committee must come together and have a discussion, and then also have less entities in front of us. For today, it's still state theater, and if rugby, Saru was supposed to be here, it was rugby as well. So we have to then reconsider our program in terms of those going to appear before us. And also restrict the time. If your time is up, your time is up. I'm not aware of any uncertainty of unhappiness of responses from the department or from the entities. That should be reported, but we must work on something. I already released NLSA. I have indicated to member, even now with this presentation, I would like all members to raise their hands so that I can work out the time and the time to stop. We cannot say that we have unlimited time to go on with this meeting. The minister has argued the other day that the meeting was scheduled up until a particular time and he left. So we must decide as a committee how we're going to deal with this, because at the end of the day, if you look at today's program, we have actually too much on our plate. If that is the case, I don't want to stifle debate, and I don't want to prevent members to do what they have to do in terms of the oversight. But if we are going to proceed in this fashion, we will never be able to end our meetings. The NLSA has left. I would requested members, please send your questions in writing. We have to have time limit attached to our meetings. We can't go on like this. The department.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to then introduce the Chairperson of the South African State Theatre, Ms. Lenora Hosmachi, who is leading a team. There are board members that are here with her, together with the CEO and management. The Chairperson will then introduce the presentation, and she will guide in terms of how she would want the presentation to be handled. Through the Chairperson, over to the other Chairperson of the Council. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, DG. Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honourable McClue, honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honourable Minister Gayton McKenzie, our Deputy Minister Peace Mabe, DG, Dr. Cynthia Khumalo, fellow South African State Theatre Council members, our Deputy Chairperson, Advocate Gaurele, our REMSEC Committee Chairperson is also here, Ms. Manana. We also have our ARC Chairperson present, Ms. Nalini Maharaj, and our CEO, Mr. Shane Maja. In our presence, we also have our legal advisor Advocate Ferdi Bergholz of Labco Attorneys, and I am Lenore Goss-Maiki, and I am the chairperson of the South African State Theatre. Good morning, everybody, once again, and on behalf of the Council and Management of the South African State Theatre, I wish to express our appreciation to the Honourable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee for providing us for an opportunity to brief Parliament on the progress that has been made in dealing with the matters arising from the MORAR forensic investigation report. I have a few notes here, but I'm going to summarize quickly as I go through. Just to note that we appear this morning before the committee in the spirit of accountability, transparency, cooperation, and definitely respect for parliamentary oversight. We would also like to just please note and highlight and respectfully highlight that the names within this report, for them not to be mentioned, just because there are matters that are still pending at CCMA and the Labour Court. With that said, honourable members, just to give you a bit of background, the current council was appointed on the 20th of March, 2026. We inherited a number of governance and labour-related matters, including matters arising from the MORAR investigation. As a newly appointed council, we considered it important not to just simply merely proceed with mechanically with recommendations arising from the investigation that was conducted under the previous governance dispensation. As the current council, we believe that the institution has an obligation to ensure that that any remedial or consequent management processes are lawful, they are procedurally fair, they are consistent with labour legislation, supported by sufficient and reliable evidence, and most importantly, they are capable of withstanding legal scrutiny and consistent with principles of natural justice and implemented without prejudice on ongoing legal proceedings, which we currently have. Upon the council's receipt of the MORAR report, the newly constituted council obtained independent specialist labour law advice from Labco Attorneys, and this was done in accordance with the report's recommendation. This step was not intended by any means to delay consequent management, but rather to address identified gaps in the report and to ensure that any consequential action was founded on complete and proper considered factual and legal basis. Council's approach was therefore directed at ensuring that where consequent management was warranted, it would be implemented lawfully, procedurally fair, and in a manner that would not withstand potential legal challenge. So the council has taken these matters extremely seriously and has ensured that each matter is being addressed through the appropriate legal and governance processes. In essence, there were 4 matters to the council that required consideration and clarification. On that, of the 4 matters, 3 had already been dealt with through the applicable legal processes during the previous financial year, and it was prior to the induction of this current council. Of the 3 matters, 2 are currently before the Labour Court, while the 3rd matter had been closed. However, the 3rd matter, which may potentially be re-enrolled and returned to Labour Court, should the relevant legal processes require this. The 4th matter relates to an employee who remains employed at SAST. In respect of this matter, consequent management processes have already commenced and are being pursued in accordance with applicable policies, procedures, legislative requirements. The council therefore remains committed to ensuring that the matter is dealt with appropriately, fairly, and without undue delay. Honourable Chair, council recognises that the MORAR report was not merely a matter concerning individual allegations, but it was also a broader governance matter for the South African State Theatre. The findings provide us with an opportunity to definitely strengthen the institution and address systematic weaknesses to prevent any reoccurrence. So council's responsibility, therefore, is to ensure that the institution has appropriate systems and controls to identify risk timeously, respond appropriately, and also promote accountability and institutional integrity. With the presence of our deputy chairperson here today, the chairpersons of REMSEC, and the presence of the chair of our Audit and Risk Committee, that is deliberate, and it reflects council's recognition that the MORAR matter has governance, risk, human resource, and institutional integrity dimensions, and it's not solely an operational or legal matter. Council commits, Honourable Chair, to continue to exercise oversight within their respective mandates and within executive while the executive management remains responsible for implementation. Honourable Chair, it would not be for me to attempt to traverse the detailed operational and legal matters that properly fall within the presentation that will be forwarded now or spoken to by our CEO and our legal counsel. Our CEO, Mr. Shane Maja, he will then take the committee through the institutional implementation, the framework, and the progress made. Advocate Ferdi of Labco Attorneys is also present and will be available to respond to any legal questions raised by the honourable members of this committee. With that said, Chair, let me pause and hand over to our CEO through you, Chair, and I will come back if need be after the CEO's presentation to give any concluding remarks. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair. I hand over to you, CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. I'm not too sure whether you spoke to the presentation because the presentation wasn't moving at all. But if not, I
Chair,
would request...
if I can come through?
Yes, please.
Chair, through you, mine was just to give an overview of the presentation that's going to be thoroughly taken through by our CEO, Mr. Shane Maja.
Okay. Mr. Maja.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Chair, and good morning to you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and all Council members, the Deputy Minister and the Minister and all Council members. Chair, maybe before we start with the presentation, I would have wanted to refer the Chair to the letter dated the 11th of July, the 10th of July, where in the letter, I think on page 2 of the letter, we had humbly requested the Portfolio Committee to consider the report that we have made, including the annexures into it, that given that all these matters, as what the Council Chair has mentioned, they are before the CCMA as well as the Labour Court, that we respectfully request that we have this presentation without the presence of the media or any broadcast platform, because all these matters that are tabled here, they are all active cases, and the majority of the names, in fact, all the names that are mentioned here, half of those, they have not even been briefed. They don't even know that their name do appear in the MORAR report. So we wanted to, we were hoping when we were invited to the meeting that this will be a closed session, and if Chair and Portfolio Committee members will see in the presentation that we have given, particularly the report that we are about to table, almost all the slides, when it talks about backgrounds or status update, it outlines positions as well as names of officials or principals or office bearers in those eras when this particular matter was taken. So I wanted to find out from you, Chair, if the committee was able to have the opportunity to indulge our request for a private or confidential or in committee or in camera session so that we are able to deliberate on these issues.
Mr. Maja, no. But I'm going to ask Dr. Kumalo to respond to that, because we do have a procedure when it comes to forensic investigation reports of this nature. Some of them has been presented to us without names. So what the committee is interested in is to find out whether the recommendations, how far the processes are. We don't have to know who it is. We are interested in the process and whether some of these recommendations has been sorted. Now, my question is, has this investigation report been made public?
No, Chairperson, the report is not public yet.
So when is the report going to be made public?
Currently, we cannot tell. Our projections are saying all the matters at CCMA as well as the Labour Court will roll over to the new financial year of 2027-2028 because dates have not been, the sitting dates of those proceedings have not started. As for the one matter of consequence management that we are dealing with, we have already finished with the hearing, and the heads of arguments are being filed this week, the 12th of August, and the independent chair of the DC will be submitting his report by end of September.
Yeah, you see, because if some cases are still ongoing, then it will be a predicament to discuss the names here. But in terms of procedure, like I've said, is that no names must be mentioned, even in cases where members have the reports with them. The report is confidential. Once the report has been published, it can then be open in the public domain. But I want Dr. Khumalo to shed some light on this issue.
Chair, I have advised exactly as you say. Because of the letter that was written, we were not sure whether the meeting would be closed or an open session. But given what the CEO has said, I've advised him that the names not been mentioned. Perhaps what could also happen, Chair, is maybe the presentation not be screened then because it's there. The names are there on the slides, taking into account the fact that all the members have been given. Maybe they can then refer to that report, Chair, instead of us screening it because the names would reflect on the screen if we do so. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, yeah, I do agree, and I will grant that. But yes, my biggest concern with the previous presentation as well. Are we saying to one another that almost 2 years there are still outstanding matters? And how is that possible?
I think, Chair, maybe through you, let's maybe, as the State Theatre delegation, present the identified slides that are of no reputational harm.
I agree, but also speak to the status of the cases that is with CCMA,
of course,
as well as the status of the cases that is with the Labour Court, because we are interested in that and also to follow that.
Of course. Maybe then we will go straight to slide number 5.
Please do.
In the presentation, we are saying the Public Service Commission received allegation of severe abuse of power, victimization, harassment, unfair labor practices, and intimidation at the State Theatre. These allegations were received via a whistleblower's report. So the Council of 2024, led by a Council Chairperson, Dr. Mazibuko, appointed forensic auditors in the name of MORAR Incorporated to investigate the complaint. And the findings and the recommendations contained in that report have come to be called what we generally designate as MORAR report. So MORAR concluded its investigation and its report was handed over to the council in December 2024. That council's term, it ended on the 8th of December 2024 and was handed over to a new council that started on the 9th of December 2024 under the leadership of the esteemed Mr. Phil Molefe. And when that council appointed after that in the beginning of 2025 grappled with the implementation of the recommendations as outlined in the report until it was dissolved in 2025 December. So the new CEO was appointed on the 19th of November and subsequently in December 2025 was appointed as the accounting authority and immediately took effective steps to address the findings outlined in the report. In March 2026, as the council chair has already explained, our council was appointed and it considered the report and also ratified management responses on the implementation of the MORAR report. Now, Chair, then slide 6, if we go to slide 6, on the allegations that are coming out of the MORAR report, we've tried to do some reduction of names and so on, and I hope the names are not showing. We had 6 allegations. Of the 3, allegation 1, 2, and 3, the 3 officials, the allegation was that they were suspended with no valid reasons. And on allegation 4 was that there are executives within the State Theatre who are colluding to get rid of people who do not agree to their wrongdoing. And then allegation 5 was about issues related to the relevant experience required. And allegation 6 was that there were 2 senior officials who were rewarded salaries several times as rewards other than other lowest paid industry peers. Now, of these 6 allegations, we go now to the next slide, on slide number 8, on the labor matters leading to these allegations. We note that there is a former official who was charged for bringing the name of the institution into disrepute by spreading false rumors that the finances of the institution are being mismanaged and that the institution did not deserve a clean audit. There was a disciplinary inquiry which was instituted, and that official was found guilty of misconduct and ultimately was dismissed. The official then took the matter and referred it to the CCMA under the case number outlined, wherein the official was questioning the procedure that it was not fair in his dismissal. Once the CCMA evaluated and conducted this case, it was found that the institution was correct and that his dismissal still stands. And then therefore, the official then took the matter for review under the legislated section of the Labor Relations Act, and therefore he was also allocated a case number. So this is one matter leading up to the allegations. Then we go to the next matter on the next slide. On the next slide, then we look at the other of a senior official who eventually resigned from the institution. However, before they do, they had submitted 4 disputes to the CCMA on different dates. So you will note that the first one, on the 1st of December, there was a dispute lodged of unfair labor practice. On the 13th of September, there was a dispute lodged of unfair labor practice. And on the 19th of March, the following year, 2024, there was another submission of constructive dismissal, and it was also allocated a number. The 4th one, it was about unfair discrimination, which was also allocated a case number. But on this one, our record shows that the matter was supposed to be at the labor court, but unfortunately, the official did not submit responses within the time frame in relation to the Labor Relations Act, and therefore the matter was considered closed. The third one, the third official in the next slide, was a matter that was closed through a voluntary separation between the institution and the official. But in terms of the labor issues there, the matter was the official was charged with insubordination around August 2023 when he was supposed to stand in and be a witness on behalf of the institution against his fellow employee. And this case was quite important for the institution. And therefore, when the official refused, he was then taken through a disciplinary hearing on the 5th of September, chaired by an external person, and the official was found guilty and was recommended for dismissal in accordance with the institution's disciplinary policy. However, subsequent to the appeal, which was unsuccessful, he then referred the matter to the CCMA, and at CCMA, both parties agreed through a voluntary separation matter. So these are the three officials within the State Theatre and their labor matters towards the allegations that came through the whistleblowers report. We will go then to the status of these labor relation matters on the next slide, on slide 10. So the first official who is currently on review with the institution, sometime this year, a restraining order was granted by the courts against the fellow official in favor of the former CEO and another executive in the institution due to the merit of that case and the exchange of not palatable exchange on WhatsApps and phone calls and emails. The court realized that there is a case to give this order against this official. However, his matter is at the labor court. We are hearing that there is an intention in the last 2 weeks for this matter to move from being archived matter to now be a request to reinstate it because there's been change of legal representatives. As matters stand under this case number that wants to re-evaluate the CCMA case number that the institution has won, it was found that the dismissal, yes, it was procedurally fair and that it was substantively fair, and that the outcome of that labor sitting, if it's going to be granted, it's still pending. And then when it comes to the second official with the three disputed CCMA, they've now been converged and consolidated into one case, and we are still waiting for the CCMA to grant a date for both parties, the employer and the former employee, to ventilate. And then on the last one, the last official, the matter we say it was settled voluntarily, and therefore it falls off. Now, Chair, the next slides and committee members, we then go straight into the MORAR itself, what MORAR makes the recommendations on. And we realize that there are three officials that are listed in the MORAR report in terms of recommendations that needs to follow. So at the first one, MORAR says to the institution, we should seek legal advice on the findings and the conclusions and recommendations of the MORAR investigations. So we are also told in the MORAR that the recommendations that they are making are not conclusive according to them, and that therefore the institution must follow up and find a legal advice on how to dig deeper and be critical in how it relates to this. So we then went to our labor, our legal representatives to undertake a review of the findings and provide a legal opinion. The legal opinion of which was quite substantive, and it was adopted by the Council of December 2024-2025 under Mr. Molefe. So when it comes to the consequence management that needs to be instituted, there were individuals that were identified, and it's only 3 of them. But when you look at the status of their recommendation and how we need to advance, it comes out that on the first official, which we'll call official A, all the matters that are raised in the findings are subject to the outcomes of the CCA matters and the matters that are still at labor court. On the second official, which we'll call B, consequence management is in progress relating to allegation 5, which we'll deal with later on, and allegations 1, 2, and 4 are still pending the outcome of CCMA and labor court. And then the official C, the matter also is subject to the outcome of CCMA and the labor court. So this is the recommendations coming out of the MORAR report and the status update of where we are. I would like to zoom into the details then, therefore, and just go to and jump the next slide, but I'll speak to it. I will not want to, let's jump it. I'll speak to it. Yes, just stay there. On the consequence management of the employee currently inside the institution, there were two findings that MORAR makes findings on, and it speaks to matters relating to misrepresentation, and it also speaks to matters speaking to contravention of Public Service Regulations Act in the manner that speaks about either issues of experience or qualifications or matters into the curriculum vitae. So what we had done in this matter was to first design a consequence management approach. And what we looked at was the four procedures. The first one was to do our own independent investigation as advised by MORAR to verify the facts and to test the employee's response. So the employee was sent a letter to say, you have been cited in the MORAR, these are the allegations and these are the findings of MORAR, please give us a response. The second phase was to do the findings of our own investigation and to get a legal opinion. And this was done so to determine if there's prima facie case that exists within these findings. And the third phase was to design a disciplinary process to prepare the charges, to do the hearing framework. And out of that, there was a determination to make of the seriousness of the matter that are raised in the finding, whether to place the official on precautionary suspension, on summary leave, or to be suspended. And because the matters are as ancient as 2 decades ago in terms of what is in the file and the issues that are made, it speaks about the recruitment process that happened 20 years ago. We realize that we do not have sufficient reasons to be punitive with having a discipline, with having a suspension, and therefore we felt that there will be no interference with witnesses, because most of the witnesses are no longer in the employ of the State Theatre, that there will be no tampering of evidence. So therefore, the first phase, which was the last one, was to appoint an independent chairperson of the disciplinary hearing through the CCMA commissioner appointment. So that's the implementation phase of what we are currently. And it's important to say we have had 2 sittings where we invited MORAR, leading investigator of this case. The first sitting in June was virtual. It was hybrid. He was in KZN virtual and we were at the institution. And therefore we had to adjourn because there was certain information and requests that both parties, the employer, myself as the initiator on behalf of the institution, as well as the employee, requested certain transcripts out of the investigation interviews that took place between MORAR investigators as well as our employee. So the second date of that hearing took place on the 29th of July, which was physical. We were able to accommodate MORAR to bring the leading investigator to Gauteng at the State Theatre, and we conducted the heads of we conducted the cross examinations, and the proceeding ended. So where both parties are now is to submit heads of arguments, and our deadline is the 12th of August, I think is this week, to submit our heads of arguments, and from there the commissioner will be giving a report in relations to this matter. Now I will move to the MORAR report itself in terms of its key findings on these issues. You will note that of the 6 allegations that that have been made, MORAR then says on allegation 1, the official should not have been disciplined for various reasons. So is allegation 2, that the official was wrongfully terminated due to various reasons. And on allegations 3, that the official was wrongfully terminated due to various reasons. And allegation 4, the findings of MORAR says at the top one, that we were able to find evidence of B and C that they were involved in this finding and therefore it is subject of CCMA as well as labor. But on the substantial allegations made that there are these executives who are hell-bent on getting rid of people who do not agree with them, MORAR comes back and says, our report found no substance to the allegation to the extent that it refers to B and C and A. As a result, we did not conduct interviews with B and A and C on this matter. And then on those without experience, I think I've ventilated on it, but MORAR says there is an act of fraud was committed by misrepresentation, and therefore it needs to be followed up, and that there is a contravention of public service regulations, and then therefore that it needs to be followed up. And then on allegation 6, as of the date of MORAR's report, it found no substance to those allegations, as the increases that were alleged were done in accordance with approved percentage increments. And then therefore, MORAR then comes to a conclusion of an opinion that in the above conclusion, a total legal expenditure of about 904,000 should be considered as a fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as the legal proceedings of all these cases were not warranted. Having seen these findings, then therefore, we looked at our legal review in the next slide, as led by our legal representation, LEPCO. And LEPCO then comes to this determination, Chair.
Went through on the 30th, went to the master on the 30th of June. But right. I've just sent him a message now to say, can you check what it is? There's everything. The redistribution, the L&D account.
Can someone mute Raymond's gadget, please?
What did you ask me?
Raymond, don't let me ask you. Please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. So the legal review was very comprehensive, and I think we did share with the portfolio committee, but we made an extract in the next slide of point 36 until point 41. But what we want to say is the LEPCO report dated 4th of February says to the institution that related to matters that are raised in the MORAR report, in our view, the issues and aspects mentioned are still to be tested and to be determined in appropriate forum, or has already been dealt with by appropriate forum, and is also further the subject of ongoing litigation between parties, which is what I was referring to earlier about the CCMA courts and CCMAs as well as the labor courts. But at 37 on the legal opinion, it says, as previously conveyed to council, we are still of the view that as it is being demonstrated in the consolidated matters of those three grievances at CCMA under the case number, that there was no abuse of power, that there was no victimization, that there was no intimidation, no harassment, and no unfair labor practices. So their instructions are still of the view that the forensic investigation resulting out of the report was not a genuine fact-finding exercise, and that further, the key role players identified in this report, and specifically the previous official or the accounting officer, was not properly interviewed by the author or the investigators during the course of this investigation. And then at 39, it then says, as stated above, it is very clear that one of our officials has already mentioned in her submission that the official will be calling in a witness from the MORAR to speak on their behalf. And then it is the position of the institution that the investigator, unfortunately, will also have to be put on cross-examination where it comes to the findings and conclusions that are made in that report. At 40, the legal opinion says, regarding any further findings and conclusion when it relates to the role players identified, we deem these further findings and conclusions irrelevant to the main issue as stated in the cover page of the MORAR, the crux of which is without question the allegation into the abuse of power, victimization, harassment, unfair labor practice, and intimidation at the institution. So it then comes to item 40, line 41 that says the above is not designed their legal opinion is not designed as a comprehensive analysis of the report, but merely seek to illustrate that the author of the report's failure to take into consideration or to take proper consideration or to place properly into context various aspects and issues mentioned in the report taints the findings and also has already cast serious doubts on the conclusion and the recommendations as they are contained. Having listened to this labor opinion from LEPCO, we then, Chair, go to the next slide where we look at the institution's resolution and way forward in dealing with the MORAR. So our current council, as led by Council Chair Ms. Lenoir Gosmachi and the collective, as they were appointed March 20th this year, resolved to review the report. Council requested MORAR Incorporated as well as LEPCO to be present at the special council meeting that was held on the 11th of June. Having listened to both parties, Council then came to this determination that Council is in agreement with the legal opinion of LEPCO as received. Council therefore came to a conclusion that this report is questionable in quality and in integrity, that the source in terms of the Public Service Commission was not the correct mechanism for the whistleblower to use. And of the 6 allegations that have been ventilated, allegation 6 falls away entirely on the basis of the MORAR report, and allegation 6 is the one that we were talking about earlier on. And that allegation 4 also partially falls away relating to the evidence that was found on official B. And that allegation 3 has already been settled at CCMA, so the matter is therefore closed. And allegation 1, 2, and 4 are at the CCMA and Labour Court respectively. And allegation 5 is currently being addressed as I've ventilated through consequence management. So Council then therefore was of the view that says matters contained in the report are definitely sub judice, and therefore various former and current employees' names must not be disclosed through any public proceedings or announcement. And that's the guidance that Council gave. When it relates to consequence management, we had already said that Council acknowledged the implementation plan in relations to the consequence management. And then therefore we'll go to the last slide, Chair, and that will be the presentation in the manner in which we were assisted to do the sum reductions, and we want to thank you for the indulgence. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shane. I just want to say thank you for your work that you are doing. I have had some personal engagements with you, and through the Dr. Kumalo, I've seen sound appetite in the operation at the State Theatre. I want to say on behalf of the committee, thank you for that. Secondly, I want to ask you whether these developments have had a serious negative effect on the operational matters within the State Theatre. I just want a yes or a no.
On the operation, it's a no, Chair. It's a no.
Thank you for that.
But on individuals, the harm is great.
Yes,
and the trauma is, you can't explain it.
I had a watchful eye over this weekend on a lot of issues, and I look at Sophia the brain, and I say, God's forbid, and may God help and bless us that she will be still alive when we open the new building that you have shown us during our invitation there. I'm not too sure, but maybe I must say this is what I wanted to say. That this report is the worst of its kind that I've ever seen, and I think the MORAR representatives here have really something to explain on their findings to members. And if you look at the state theaters, the actions, and the question comes to mind whether that's valid or not. And if you look at the responses of CCMA, the answer is yes. There is indeed a concern, and it makes one ask the question as to, you know, what legal standing does MORAR have to make when it comes to these findings? And I want to pose this question. On what basis was this findings? Because this report seems to, let me choose my words, seems to be a waste of money, be a waste of time, be a waste of everything. I also want to find out whether MORAR has the right to question an entity of this nature and their disciplinary decisions. And if it comes to matters of this nature, grave matters, as to whether we need to take the concerns or actions by CCMA, whether which one can you weigh up is more valuable than the other. Members, as I've promised, the Honorable Sitembile will be the first. The Honorable Nkosi, is there something you would like to ask on this? Please indicate so that I can give you the second opportunity. The Honorable, followed by the Honorable Potgieter and the Honorable Gabo in that order. The Honorable Sitembile, before I'm going to ask you, is there a response from the entity of MORAR?
Should I continue, Chair?
Yes, please.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you so much for the presentation.
No, sorry. I thought that it's MORAR on this platform, a representative.
No, Chair, they are not.
I thought they are on this platform. Honorable Sitembile, please proceed.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thank you so much for the presentation, as I've said. Mine is slightly different, Chair. I think we now have a rather serious governance paradox that sits before us. SAST commissioned a forensic investigation at a very high cost, a very considerable cost, and that investigation produced findings and recommendations, and a subsequent legal review was done by LabCo, which has now questioned the quality, the integrity, and the methodology of that very investigation that was presented to us. Now, Chairperson, the MORAR report states that over 900,000 in illegal expenditure should be regarded as fruitless and wasteful expenditure because those legal proceedings were not warranted. Now, that's almost 1 million rands of public money. Who authorized this expenditure? That's the first question I have. And what governance or legal risk controls were applied before these proceedings were pursued? And now that the council have questioned the quality and the integrity of this report, who is independently verifying whether this 900,000 should indeed be classified as a fruitless and wasteful expenditure? Now, if these findings is confirmed, what steps will then be taken to recover this money and to prevent the recurrence? Because the problem we have now is we getting a report that this is wasteful expenditure, but who approved that money in the first place? And what was the basis of that approval? Because obviously then it means LabCo itself is another expense, and that really gives me the heebie-jeebies. Moving on to the next question, which is linked to that, who's actually now exercising the proper oversight? We've got a fundamental governance problem because MOMA produced findings and recommendations, but LabCo also then questions all of those findings, including whether the key role players were actually interviewed. The current council has accepted LabCo's opinion and described the other one as a questionable report. So who at the time exercised the quality assurance over the forensic investigations before public resources were committed and before its findings were acted upon? So I just need to understand really from accountability perspective, before we speak about the fact that money was wasted, who actually approved that wasteful expenditure prior to the money being expended? And then another thing, without getting into the labor disputes, because I don't think it should even be something we focus on, particularly here in this platform, as we don't really focus a lot on the operational side of things. But the presentation itself records multiple labor disputes and disciplinary processes, CCMA matters, labor court proceedings, which are all involving senior employees. So the question I have is whether SAST treats these matters just as individual HR disputes as it's presented today, or whether the council is actually recognizing them, as I am, as emerging organizational and financial risks. This shows a bigger or deeper fundamental issue in terms of the actual running of the council. And the question then I have is, what early warning mechanisms will now be in place or exist currently to identify the patterns of these kind of grievances, whether there's disputed suspensions? Are we going to continue facing this cycle of things, the victimization, litigations, before they escalate into costly legal proceedings and reputational damages, as you guys have now alluded to in this? And then in closing, Chair, I've got a question to the council and to the department. And this is whether we've had any allegations serious enough to trigger a forensic investigations, multiple labor disputes, council review, legal opinions in the margins of 1 million that are now seen as wasteful expenditure. Now, the question is, what specific preventative and early detention mechanisms are now operational? Who's going to be responsible for monitoring that we don't have such issues going forward, and that problem doesn't always become a multi-million rand problem for South African taxpayers? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. Let me give the department the opportunity, and then I'm going to the State Theatre. The department.
Chairperson, I will have to apologize. CAE, can you come in? I'm sorry, I do apologize. I did miss the question for the department. Just got disturbed by something here. The CAE, can you help?
Apologies, DG, I did not get the question.
Honorable Sitembile, would you mind asking the questions again?
No, Chair, I don't mind. Can
Please
they
proceed.
hear me? Can they just
Yes.
confirm they can hear me? Because I would not like to repeat it again for a third time.
Apologies, yes, I can hear you.
Thanks. So I'm saying, firstly, starting with following the money. The MOMA report states that close to R1 million was seen as a fruitful and wasteful expenditure. Now, who authorized this expenditure? And what were the governance or legal risk controls that were applied before these proceedings were pursued? And now that the question has the council is questioning the quality and integrity of this MOMA report, who will then be responsible for the fact that this money was actually, or rather this action was approved? So the fruitful expenditure itself didn't just occur as a result of the report, but as a result of an approval that there must be an investigation of that nature coming into play. And then the second question I had is, now that we've got these two reports and the current council is now saying they go with the LabCo report, we've got a fundamental governance problem, because the question then that comes forward is, we've questioned the methodology, the integrity, and all of that. The current council says they're happy with the recommendations by LabCo. In terms of the quality assurance, and the findings that were brought forward. What assurance can you give this committee that the future forensic investigations commissioned by SASS would be independently quality assured from the outset, so that we don't have an issue again of you saying, oh no, this was wrong, now this is right, you know, and it's report after report and all of that. And then 3, in terms of the actual labor disputes that you guys have presented to us without looking at the individual disputes themselves, the fact that we've got so many issues, does that not signal a issue within the council itself to say that this is a bigger problem? Are we actually managing our department correctly, our council correctly? Are we managing SASS correctly if we are having senior officials taking all these matters to CCMA, and it's not just about the individual, but overall the management of the council and what's happening at SAST? And then the last question was to the council and department. Identifying these fruitful expenditures, what measurable evidence can you demonstrate to us as a committee that SEST can identify and resolve governance and labor problems early before, again, they become a 1 million rand problem for South African taxpayers? Thanks.
Dr. Kumalo?
Thanks, Chair, and apologies, Honourable Member, for that. Sunita is coming in to respond to those addressed to the department. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. With regards to this particular investigation, the department basically had a very limited role to play. We were requested initially by the former chairperson to just assist with indicating if the State Theatre can use our panel of service providers to conduct this forensic investigation. And that's basically the role that we played. We then shared the names of the forensic companies that were on our panel for the SAST then to conduct their own SEM processes. Thereafter, Chair, because this investigation did not really implicate the board, our role was limited to that interaction with the role of the chairperson. We did not have any play any quality assurance role with regards to this
Sorry,
matter.
can I just jump in? You just said something about not implicating the board. In terms of expenditure, particularly with legal fees, can an amount of almost R1 million be spent on legal costs without the board's knowledge? Is that part of your policy around expenditure, particularly for legal fees? What's the story around that? Because I'm struggling to find the accountability point when you're saying you guys were just playing a third-party role in such a matter that costs such a large amount of money. Maybe if you can just explain that before you continue with the rest of the responses. Thanks.
Okay, let me clarify what I mean by the board not being implicated. Our role as the national office, we only intervene if there is allegations against the board, and thereafter it comes through the minister to say, internal audit, please investigate. But in this particular matter, there was no, when we were asked to interact with the previous chairperson of the board, there was no evidence that us as the national office should conduct this investigation on behalf of State Theatre. So that, just to clarify our role. I think maybe the CEO would be better placed to then answer the questions, because our role was very limited in terms of the actual role that we played in this forensic matter. Thank you.
Sure. Then can the CEO please?
The CEO.
No, thank you very much for the question, Member Nkosi. I think we need to separate the legal cost, Chair. There is the forensic report MORAR cost, and there is labor-related cost. The 900,000, I don't know, Honorable Nkosi, where she got the 900,000 from, but when we look at the MORAR as commissioned and our breakdown of amounts, MORAR's investigation was 300,000. To be precise, the number is 217,942.19 cents. Thanks, Chair.
In your report, you mentioned 900,000 in wasteful expenditure. What's that wasteful expenditure? Can you explain, and how did that occur? Because you said it's as a result of that report. Now you've got a second investigation that produced a second report, and you're considering the first 900,000 as wasteful expenditure. That's what I'm more concerned about. I want to know, how did we get there?
No, thanks, Member Gos. I think that's what MORAR is saying. It's still subject for investigation. MORAR is saying all your labor matters at CCMA, at Labor Court, all your settlements and everything else, it comes to 900,000 rand. You must consider. They're not saying it is, they say you must consider. But also MORAR gives a disclaimer in their opening and also in their closing that their findings are not to be used for any further legal proceedings. State Theatre needs to do its own investigation to verify and review what they are saying. So it is what MORAR is saying. We are putting it out there for transparency and accountability, this matter. So it's not even our risk register yet. Where I agree with you is that it must be noted as an emerging risk, but that's what MORAR is saying. And therefore, if, let's say, for instance, should the institution lose its cases at CCMA, should the institution lose its cases at Labor Court, then therefore the opinion on the possibility of a wasteful expenditure will stand. But for now, it's a speculation. For now, it's an opinion. It's not a matter of fact.
So, Honorable Sitembile, MORAR is actually talking on an investigation on an investigation on top of an investigation on top of another investigation. So they the ones who are saying that this is fruitless, and they've been asked to do this investigation. How is it that we had Geboda earlier on and we don't have MORAR here? Can someone call MORAR to come here?
Yeah, I think so, because also my question is, why are we having investigations on top of investigations? And that's the question the CEO is not giving me light on. I'm trying to find out if there's recommendations and those recommendations were approved by someone agreed that there must be an investigation. Why is there secondary investigation when there hasn't been acted or have a verification of the recommendations of the first investigation? It's as if we're just having a series of investigations, no actions, more money being spent, and it's just a chain and a chain. And I'm saying this because now there's a situation where we're told some of these CCMA cases will only be seen in the next financial year, which means it's just another complete drag and a drag and a drag, and no accountability and no consequence management, no detection, nothing of that kind. And that's the answer I'm requiring from the CEO, not the level of, oh no, this one did that. I want to know, why are we having a train of investigation after investigation after investigation and no results or movement going forward? And why are matters delayed into the next financial year and next financial year? Really, this is not on.
Agree. Portfolio Secretary, has MORAR been invited? Department, has MORAR been invited?
Not by the department, Chair. Koboto was commissioned to investigate by the department, hence they are here. Maybe also State Data can respond to MORAR.
Thanks, DG. Because we, as the institution, received the invitation via the shareholder, ours was to consider the delegation, but we did not. That's why we invited LabCo, who is our service provider. And maybe the issue of MORAR might have been an omission on our part, but I think, or maybe if we had requested to bring them, I'm sure we had. Like we said, on some labor issues, we do work with them, and they do participate willingly.
Maybe, I don't know, the procedure on appointing some of these companies to do forensic investigations. They must be vetted as well. If we look at through this thing, really, it's a time-wasting exercise. It's really, what are the procedures, Dr. Kumar?
With the forensic investigation service providers, the department actually went through a process in terms of the tender process, and they now have a pool of forensic investigators in the database that the chief audit executive was making reference to. So when we are appointing for the department, whatever commissioned investigation, we would then utilize that particular database. And they go through that process in terms of submitting their compliance documents and any other criteria that is set as the advert actually goes out. It's overseen by the CAE. She might have more details if you want, Chair.
Yeah, let them proceed. Let's interrogate this, because I really find it very difficult that if you look at the report, you read to it, there's even a witness that wants to call MORAR in as a witness. It's really a laughing stock when you look at this report. Can the person come in with, you're referring to Dr. Kumalo?
To the Chief Audit Executive, Sunita.
Thank you, DG. Chair, the process is as DG has highlighted. We did put out a tender for the appointment of service providers to serve on our panel. We had an independent body that formed part of the bid evaluation committee that reviewed all the applicants that submitted their proposals to serve on this process. My office was not involved in that process. And it then went through to the bid adjudication committee based on the recommendations from the BEC in terms of the companies that actually qualified to serve on that panel based on the proposals and all the compliance documents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If we can just have a look at the chat, there's another question by Honorable Nkosi. Can we get a response to that?
Thank you, Chair, CEO or Chairperson. It's on the meeting chat, if you could please.
Meeting chat, okay. I didn't see it.
Please write them down. We'll come back to them. The Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, I'm possibly going to follow that line of questioning as well. I'd just like to make a point, though. You know, Rule 89 exists to protect the judicial processes as well as Parliament, and it somewhat restricts, you know, our reflection or engagement on matters that are before court, but it doesn't prevent us from engaging on matters. And there is actually court precedence on this, particularly the Public Protector case in 2023, which states that you can't apply sub judice matters in such a way that it actually stultifies parliamentary accountability or the function thereof. Otherwise, litigation would continuously be engaged in order to stop us from, you know, engaging on these sorts of matters. So I just want to put that before us because it keeps coming up again and again. You know, the fact that something is before court or because, you know, a forensic report was commissioned does not mean that we can't engage on it. What it means is that we cannot reflect on the merits of the case that is before court. Just quickly with regards to the MORAR report, I just want to understand. The current council says that the report is questionable in integrity and or in quality and integrity. Just a yes or no answer. Do you accept the MORAR report? This is for the council, Chair.
If I may come in through you, Chair.
Please do.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for your question. With regards to the MORAR report, the current council, when we received the MORAR report, I know you've asked for just a yes or no answer, but it's not just simply yes or no. There were certain aspects of MORAR which council, through our meeting on the 11th of June, interrogated. There are certain aspects which we do agree with, and there are certain aspects which we do not agree to. Hence, it's not a simple yes or no answer. Could I
hear
ask
you.
our DC? Yeah.
Can I ask you then in a follow-up on that, which allegation numbers do you not agree with?
Okay, DC, am I able to ask you to DC, am I able to ask you to come in as well, please, with regards to 11th of June?
Thank you, colleagues. Apologies, I was struggling to unmute. Yes. Overall, the answer to the answer regarding whether we accept remember, this is an inherited investigation report commissioned by our predecessors. In principle,
I completely understand. I just need the allegation numbers that you don't agree with.
Ma'am, none of the recommendations have not been implemented. Like Mr. Masha has explained. Those that are capable of implementation we have, but overall, on reflection, we believe that this report could have been done better. This report could have been done with better quality.
I absolutely hear you. But
there's no single.
My question, I'm trying to understand, because you say it's questionable. I'm trying to understand which findings do you not agree with, and on that, and perhaps maybe I can give you my next question so that I can get the full answer. Whether or not you are currently implementing any of the recommendations. So what do you not agree with in terms of the report, and what are you currently implementing? Or whether or not you're currently implementing, if you can't go into detail.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We have implemented this report. One of the recommendations was that we should institute consequence management. We have done that. The report said that we should, for instance, what is not acceptable to us is for the report to make a finding on issues that the investigators, at the time that they were investigating, were aware that those issues were before the CCMA and or the Labour Court. And those issues are indeed before the Labour Court and the CCMA, and therefore sub judice, we should wait for those institutions to make a determination as to whether those issues are correct or not. But we found it strange that an investigator that is aware that the matters are before other forums can then make a finding on those matters.
So,
but we have implemented consequence management, and we are unable to do anything about matters that are before the Labour Court or the CCMA.
So what you're saying is you have not implemented consequence management in relation to matters that are before the courts or the CCMA.
Remember, the matters that are before the court and the CCMA are as a result of consequence management internally.
Yes.
Yes. Now, those people have challenged that consequence management, and we are saying, how does MORAR make a finding on matters that the very members that have
I hear you completely. What I'm trying to understand is that you are not implementing consequence management on those individuals on the basis of the report. That is already something that's in process.
With respect, Honourable Member, it looks like we are talking past each other. The reason why these matters are before the CCM and the Labour Court is because State Theatre had implemented consequence management. And the people that are challenging that are saying you shouldn't have done that, you are victimizing us, you are bullying us, and so on. So I can't agree that we are not implementing consequence management because the matters are before the CCMA, because consequence management was already implemented. However, for this...
Member Litsi has got a point of order.
Sorry, Chair.
Member Bile. What is the point of order?
It's Member Litsi, Chair, who's raising a point of order.
Yes, what is the point of order, Honourable Member?
Thank you very much, Chair. I had written on the group on the message that I have a point of order to the answer that the respondent was giving to Honorable Potgieter. I think the question was, are they implementing consequence management? And he said that they had a problem with the investigators making a finding on a matter that is before the courts. Now, if they had if they had a problem with that, there is a process to follow. One, it would have been to question or to review that report. Has that been made? Because I think that is the basis of the question of Honorable Potgieter. But if that has not been contested, then the answer that the answer that is given to Honorable Potgieter is not correct. And also just to caution the respondent not to raise their voice out of irritation from the question that Honorable Potgieter has given. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Letsia, for reminding the House on that. It's still Women's Month. I didn't want it to stop Honorable Potgieter, but you are correctly so. It seems that there is a complete dissatisfaction by the State Theatre. Now, I'm not too sure whether that has been communicated to DSEC and as to whether there were any attempts to review this report.
If I may finish my questioning, I think because I'm being preempted a little bit here.
Proceed, Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so what I'm trying to understand, if you may confirm, the threats of the member of LabCo, is that correct? You confirm it's in the advocate's letter or legal opinion that you provided?
Come again, ma'am. What did you say about LabCo?
The South African State Theatre is a member of LabCo.
That's correct.
And Hayton Attorneys is on LabCo's panel.
That is also correct.
And Hayton was in fact acting for the theatre in labour-related matters.
To my knowledge, yes. The CEO will confirm, but I think so, yes.
So have you had any completely independent third party review the MORAR report?
Other than LabCo, no.
And how much have you paid through to LabCo or Hayton in relation to these matters?
Yeah, the CEO will answer that one, ma'am. In terms of the cost, the CFO is also here. Thank you.
Thank you, DC. Honorable Potgieter, can I come in?
Sure.
So on the LabCo is on a retainer monthly, and therefore on case by case, particularly issues relating to representation, you will note that on one member, for instance, I think it's HSS manager, I think the cost there was about 45,000, and on another matter, the cost was at 322,000, and on the other official, the cost was at 1.3 million on the ongoing 3 matters that are recurring from 2023 until August 2026.
So would I
over
be
3
correct in
years.
saying roughly 1.7 million?
Including MORAR, it will be 1.9 million.
1.9.
From 2023 until 2026, ma'am.
Okay. And you don't find this to be a conflict in terms of the fact that the council has taken LabCo's determination above the MORAR investigation? Considering that LabCo and Hayton are representing you in the labour matters regarding the officials that are currently under investigation in this report?
Not quite, no, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
When MORAR was instituted, the internal disciplinary process and consequence management were already ensuing and others to the end. And therefore, they are our legal representative at those forums and at those forums. So when MORAR comes with a report, the majority, if not 80% of the issues and the findings deals with those labor issues. and therefore they are the ones that are equipped with the knowledge to determine our strength in terms of the consequence management, as well as the hastiness in which MORAR report made determination on matters that, for instance, we have already won at CCMA. So MORAR says this official should not have been suspended or dismissed. CCMA says the procedure was procedurally fair and the matter is substantive. The other courts are saying there must be a restraining order. These officials are now harassing management or fellow colleagues. So there is no conflict of interest in relations to the custodian of our legal depository, which is LEBCO.
I hear what you're saying, but I would caution that essentially, you know, you're dealing with an entity that has a direct interest in you being correct or winning certain aspects of these issues. And for me, an independent review of that would be substantially have more integrity than the fact that LabCo's opinion was taken over the MORAR report. Chairperson, just with regards to the report that we've received, I understand the confidentiality, but I'm also getting a little bit tired of this confidentiality thing, and I've mentioned Rule 89. I do think that at some stage we need a full copy of the report, because what we've been given is an interpretation, and as well as a description of the implementation of the recommendations, and we've been given partial accounts from the LabCo reports itself, but not the entirety of those documents, which makes it very difficult to assess completely. And perhaps that needs to be a closed session, but I will leave it in your hands, because it's very difficult to assess whether or not the MORAR report versus the LabCo report works the same way that the council has been able to assess that, because we don't have the full thing. We have parts that have been taken out to show to us, which is always very, very dangerous. Even if you look at legislation, if you take out parts of legislation, it doesn't make sense in terms of the whole. So I would ask whether or not the committee will be given a copy of the MORAR report, the full report, and the full LabCo reports, and if not, what specific legal provisions prevent us from having those reports?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Noted. May I just check on the time? We are now at 1 o'clock. We still have the Honourable Khabo, followed by the Honourable Mtetwa, and then, yeah, that's all for now. And then we have to do the last, taking into consideration that we have a meeting 2 o'clock Parliament as well. Lenore, Mike, how do you pronounce the surname? You would like to raise something?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Yes, please. It's Gus Mikey. Just to respond to Honourable Potgieter, yes, definitely. I don't see an issue as to why, from SAST side, you shouldn't receive the full and comprehensive report. CEO, I'm sure through yourselves, we can most definitely organise that. I also just want to reiterate to the entire portfolio committee, ours as SAST is being here to definitely welcome your questions respectfully and to seek your guidance. We definitely do take your guidance into consideration, and we do take recommendations into consideration as well. With regards to forensic investigative quality assurance framework, I think that question was posed on the chat. What are we doing in terms of that? That point is taken into consideration, and perhaps looking forward, you know, this could include independent review of terms of reference before appointments, appropriate legal and perhaps forensic expertise, conflict of interest declarations, clearly defined evidentiary standards, and an adequate quality of review of any final reports that we do have before they are relied on wholly. So we definitely do take your points and guidance into consideration. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Mikey. The Honourable Khabo.
Sorry, Chair. Just on a point of clarity.
Yeah, my
am I going to
apologies.
get any responses? Yes. Am I going to get any
apologies.
responses?
The 3 questions responded.
Yes.
My apologies. the 3 questions.
CEO, if I could please ask you to come in. I'll answer the one. CEO, if you can please come.
Thank you very much. Is it the one on the chat, Member Nkosi?
Yes, yes, Shane.
No, thanks. So what we have done so far in relations to learning from the MORAR report and the workplace culture and staff morale at the institution, we have got an organizational turnaround plan that looks at first our assessment of the current environment. We did recognize that there was a period in time where the organization was strained. There was a reflection of a combination of governance challenges, particularly related to the whistleblower report, how it was handled, and management at that time. And the entire ESCO was not informed. The report was dealt with at a council level, and there was a strenuous relation. And therefore, issues regarding employee dissatisfaction, internal disagreement that goes out to land as whistleblower.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry to cut him off. Sorry. I'm not asking that, Chair. I think if you read the question.
I'm doing a build-up. I'm doing a build-up to answer. It's not a straightforward. If maybe we can do a written response. I was trying to give context before we go to the practical examples of what we are doing, ma'am.
This is not an operational, it's a strategic question. If you actually read it properly, you're telling me about operations and all of that stuff. I'm not particularly interested in that. I want to know from an organizational perspective, what are you guys going to be doing in terms of preventative and early detection mechanisms around monitoring and the issues of governance that are coming forward? And particularly the fact that you guys pride yourself in so many CCMA cases. What does it say about your ability to run CEST? I want responses around that rather than what you guys are doing, employee satisfaction. That's not for this kind of discussion. That's not for us here in Parliament. That's for you guys there at CEST with your employees and between the chairpersons and the operational staff, not us as oversight bodies. I'm asking particularly about your ability to run CEST and the issues that you guys have presented and the fact that there's money being spent and you're reporting it here in our committee as potential wasteful expenditure, and who approves those things? Why are you reapproving? Why are we getting to 1.9 million as now you guys have compounded that amount to say between this year and this year, it's now 1.9 million of fees. How is it that we just keep getting expenditures, but the situation is not getting better? So I want you to respond particularly around that. If you don't have the response now, that's fine. You can go and create the strategy or whatever and present it back to us. But I'm not interested in the operational stuff.
That is duly noted. We'll do so, ma'am.
Will that be forthcoming at the later stage?
That's correct.
That's fine. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, you're happy, Honorable Member. Any other question of you? I think there were 3 questions.
Yeah, it's up to them if they're able to respond to all 3 or if they want to respond to all 3 at a later stage.
Thank you so much. Let's have it for a later stage due to time. The Honorable Khabo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In our previous discussion, Chair, I think the committee has noted and the public has noted that the Director General of the department has confirmed that the department does not have any mechanism to verify the implementation of forensic investigation recommendation. And this, in my view, Chairperson, it's a serious governance and oversight gap. And if you remember correctly, the DG confirmed that they only rely on reports that they are receiving from the entity itself. I mean, the State Theatre is a practical example of that consequence of that gap in particular, Chairperson. The fact that the entity has initiated an investigation, conducted an investigation, recommendations are in place, but those recommendations, they've generally not been implemented to the latter, with some issues being brought up as impediments for the implementation of such recommendations. And to me, Chairperson, it all boils back on the failure of the department to monitor and independently verify if the implementations, if the recommendations are being implemented. Largely, my observation is that the department, to a large extent, has delegated that responsibility to the the entity's own governance structure to implement recommendations without playing the monitoring side. That on its own, Chairperson, it's a problem. And that's why from where I'm sitting, I would want to get the clarity from the DG as to outside the receiving of reports. How does then the department, how does the department discharge its oversight role in these entities in light of the confirmation or revelation that she has done, Chairperson? That would be my first question to the DG.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think as I indicated, and you have captured that we have identified a gap and a weakness. And as of November 2025, we then appointed what we refer to as a crack team. In fact, there's about 3 different teams, but I'll speak to this one. That has actually done work on issues of governance, issues of financial administration, and other matters related to all our 28 entities. This particular team has produced a report as of the end of March. And we have then, as a result of that, been able to categorize the high risk entities and other categories. And we have started putting interventions in place on the side of the department in terms of our own weaknesses, in terms of the oversight that we play, which we obviously play through a unit that is called an entity oversight unit, but also on the side of the individual entities in terms of what they need to do to enhance their systems, be it existing controls or those that do not exist.
Let's keep it there, DG. You spoke of an oversight committee on entities. Who leads that unit? Who is supposed to play an oversight on these entities?
The entity is headed by, the entity oversight unit is headed by Mr. Tsanyana. He's in the meeting.
Can probably Mr. Tsanyana take us into confidence as to how do they exercise their oversight as a unit on these entities? Apart from the theoretical presentation that you have presented in terms of the reliance on the reports, how do they verify whether these reports are correct and whether the entity is actually implementing or the report is a true reflection of the status of that report? Can maybe Mr. Nsanyan give us that clarity, Chairperson?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to you and honorable members, to Minister DM, DG. Yeah, the entity oversight plays its role through monitoring public entities in different ways. There are reports, statutory reports, that are to be submitted by entities on a quarterly basis in line with the PFMA, as well as reporting on their APP, on their delivery, which includes non-financial performance as well as financial performance. In addition to that, the team conducts oversight visits to public entities, either physically or through the virtual meetings, as we were not able to go there all the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Tsanyana. Is this something that you have been doing, or this is an intervention that the DG is speaking of?
Honorable Member, it's something that we've been doing, but as
okay, fine. No, it's fine. Now that you are saying that it's something that you have been doing, let's deal with the state theater issue. The state theater delayed implementation exposes serious systematic weaknesses in terms of our oversight. How is it that you are unable to detect on time that here is an entity which has conducted an investigation, the recommendations are there, but they are not being implemented? Why do we then have that situation? And by the way, we must not forget that we have just dealt with Gobodo, And these are some of the issues that I've appeared also. By the way, last week we dealt with the CISA, and these are some of the issues that has appeared, amongst others, identifying a serious systematic gap in relation to the department playing oversight. So I'm asking you, how is it that the department is unable to detect, with all the good plans that are very charming and impressive that we have presented, looking into the situation of the State Theatre?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now, if you look at the State Theatre, zooming into it, I think initially when the CEO was presenting, he stated that the report was completed during the council, which then had their term ending under Council Chair Mazibuko. And then the incoming council, which was led by Mr. Mulife, came in, which is the council that was supposed to be taking on the implementation of the recommendations. However, there were issues in that council, in a sense that one of the issues that they were grappling with was on the implementation of the MORAR report recommendations. That led to challenges within council, which led to some resignations from council. Ultimately, it went below the threshold, and then the minister decided to dissolve it. And then this incoming council came in, which then took on the implementation of the report. Now, in the dissolution...
So no, Mr. Tsanyan, don't abuse me. Don't take that road. It's quite abusive. In an event that an entity does not, or a governance structure of an entity that reports to you is unable to implement recommendation, what then happens?
That is why they were called to account through formal communication between the council and the minister.
That is, we've got a situation whereby the very same board that you are speaking of, there's a revelation that they then took the report. They developed another investigation on top of an investigation. What was the view of the department in that regard?
It is not the same council, honorable member. In my view, I understood it as a legal opinion that was done by LabCo on those recommendations.
So before the council before the council could implement its resolution, is there anyhow where the department was informed of the intentions of the council's decision of appointing LabCo for a legal opinion?
I think I've heard that LabCo is on a retainer with the State Theatre, and they were
No,
following...
I'm asking you, before the previous board that was dissolved, before it could implement the process of reviewing or getting a legal opinion on the MORAR investigation report, what was the role of the department in that regard? Because here you've got a governance structure which is expected to implement the report. They need another process of verifying as to whether this report is implementable or not. What was the role of the department? Was the department informed? Did you give them the authorization, the role of the legal department before exposing this matter to an external investigation?
Which investigation, honorable member? I
The
think I'm not
LabCo.
understanding the
I'm
question.
saying the investigation on MORAR, the recommendation was supposed to be implemented by the board. The board, before implementing the recommendation, decides to take this matter on a review. Now I'm asking you, what was the basis? Were you informed as to whether is the board rejecting the report or the board disputing certain recommendation would then lead the board to resolve in that there is a need for a legal opinion? And I'm asking you, as a department playing an oversight on this entity, were you informed? Have you granted them a permission? I'm trying to expose that this gap of oversight from the department is creating more problems. Were you informed before that decision was taken or was implemented to put in LabCo to provide a legal opinion?
No, I don't remember of that, honorable member.
So is it safe to say that the department, especially in terms of your entities, ke go ga mapereko, ke go iketsetso, ke ratas. People do as they wish, and the department is just a mere spectator in this regard. Is it safe to conclude based on my conclusion? Would my conclusion be safe based on your responses?
No, that's not what I'm saying, Honorable Member. It's not like that.
Are you saying to me, would I be right to conclude that you are saying to me that the department or a state theater, the board took a decision to review or to source a legal opinion on an investigation report that has been conducted, the state money that has been spent, and the department that must play an oversight on this very same entity says to us that they were not consulted, they did not give any authorization for the same entity to create a parallel process without demonstrating as to whether there is a certain aspect of the recommendation that they disagree with or they reject the report. What was the basis? And you being unable to respond to my questions on what role have you played in oversight, I'm therefore concluding that the department has decided to reduce themselves to become a spectator and allow this entity to do as they wish. That's why I've concluded that in these entities, okay, fine. Let's go.
The
I've dealt with
basis,
that part.
no. The basis, Honorable Cabo, on what was the basis? It must have been in communication or consultation with DSEC. On what basis?
Can I come in, Chairperson?
Yes, please. I thought DSEC has left the meeting.
Thank you. I'm the Deputy Chairperson at State Theatre. I think this is a very important discussion to have because it strikes at the divide between the role of the department as an oversight entity and the established corporate governance principle that the board is entitled to, in exercising its duty, seek expert opinions, whether financial, legal, or whatever. So the board deciding to make sure that before it implements, it tests the outcomes of a report with a legal opinion or any other expert opinion. It's within the board's powers. And by going to the DSEC all the time, Chair, we'll be blaring that sacrosanct divide, governance divide between the role of, because we are then the department will then be micromanaging. So the board was exercising its governance prerogative.
Now that you seem to be having an appetite to engaging on this matter, and largely some confidence demonstrated on an in-depth understanding on this matter, what was the basis of the board taking that decision? Was it because of disputing recommendations or the board not accepting the report? Because there's a distinction between the two. If you can maybe take us into confidence and maybe clarify. Sorry?
No, it's fine. You can finish, Honorable Member.
No. Firstly, respond to that question, Deputy Chair.
Yes, as the CEO presented earlier on, Honorable Member, when we receive recommendations of any report, the question
Maybe let
then
me start there.
becomes...
Sorry to disturb you, Deputy Chair. Were you part of the previous board?
No, sir. But understand that we don't regard board. No, I was not. But we don't regard the previous board as a different board. I mean, the board is a governance institution. We are bound by the decisions that they took, and even boards that will come before after us. So
let
when
us
we
not
receive,
let us not deal with assumptions. Let us not samsag here, because we are assuming. Do you have a report that states the basis? Because the board, even though it enjoys such powers, you cannot implement such powers unilaterally. There must be a basis. And I've given you two options. And because of you're not part of that board, maybe my first question should be, on the current board, is there any member who was part of the previous board? So that we do not rely on thumbsucking here.
There was, Honorable Member, but remember that we receive a handover report of what transpired in the previous board.
Yeah, I'm asking you, don't venture into that space. Don't overestimate your importance on this discussion. It's not fair of you to do that. I'm saying, I want to check if there are members. I'm not disputing of, and I'm not so sure why are you so jumpy? You are catching feelings unnecessarily. And feelings have proven not to be a reliable force of direction. So you must not venture into that space. Stop catching feelings. It's unnecessary. We would want to interact with people who are part of that board, not who are relying on the report, because the interpretation of the report can differ and can even diminish the essence of what the report seeks to achieve. So, Chairperson, if you can allow me to interact with the person who was part of the previous board so that we can deal with the basis and avoid thumb sucking and relying on assumptions of the deputy chairperson. I'll pose my questions directly to the deputy chairperson if I need his response. Let me now, chairperson, if you allow me, interact with the person, because it's important for us to understand the basis. What informs the basis? The state has spent 900,000, if not more than 900,000 on an investigation. Here comes a board, wants to defy the implementation and rather create a parallel process, of which is within their powers. But those powers are subject to balance and checks. That's why we need to get clarity on the basis. And the only person who can justify such is a person who was part of the board. If we have chairperson, allow me to interact, maybe get clarity as to do we have any person who was part of the previous board that took a decision to review or seek legal opinion on the implementation.
Honorable members, I'm Dileka. If I can go through you, Chairperson. I was part of the board.
Yeah, but please also respond to the very important issue on strategic decisions by the board, and which my opinion and what the member is raised needs to be approved by DSEC. I mean, this is a very strategic decision that has been taken, and yes, we understand the dependency of boards, the stand alone of them, but the board could not at any given time independently commit to such large, decisions that they have not only financial but also policy implications.
If I may come through,
Yes, please.
Honorable member, just to give maybe context, the board that first appointed MORAR, they appointed, MORAR as the entity on the last 30 days of exit, because the whistleblower report came 30 days before. And MORAR, when they did the report, they had 30 days. And there's a couple of things that they did, like, they didn't, interrogate the members. And then secondly is I was appointed on the next board. The next board that came in, unfortunately, as mentioned, there were quite a lot of, non-agreements that actually led for the board to be dissolved. One of the things during that time.
Sorry, this response is just taking us astray unnecessarily. We let us not be taken for a ride and be provided with clarity. My question was simple and straightforward. What was the basis? Did the board reject the report, or did the board cite certain aspects of the recommendations that they did not agree with? Because we are forever being told of disagreements. Can we contextualize these disagreements? If the board member must also clarify as to whether what was the resolution of the board based on the
board
report?
Didn't resolve. The previous board didn't resolve anything because it was it finished early, so there was no resolution.
No,
by the
ma'am, I'm
previous
referring
board.
to the board that took a decision.
So
to
the board
create a
that took the
parallel
decision is the
process.
current board that is talking to you. So DC was part of that board that actually took the
Ma'am,
decision.
you're not responding to my question. For us to have LabCo to provide an legal opinion, the board must have resolved. And what was the resolution of the board? What was the basis that they don't agree or rejecting the MORAR report, citing certain issues in terms of limitations, or they were raising certain issues in relation to the recommendations? I want to understand this.
Maybe context is always better, because if we give context, then you understand the holistic reason why it got there. So the board was dissolved. And when the board was resolved, there was almost 6 months that the new board was not appointed. So the CEO that was appointed by the previous board came on board and took, accountability in terms of, LabCo and whatever decision that had to be taken. So when the new board came along, the CEO.
So you are saying that the board, there is no board resolution. It is the CEO who took a decision that LabCo would be sourced to get a legal opinion. Detail is important.
At that time, because there was no board, DSEC hadn't appointed the board. So
Okay, fine.
there needed to be.
Who was the CEO then? Relax.
The CEO before or the current CEO?
The CEO who took a decision.
It's the current CEO, Mr. Shane Maja.
Let's talk to the Mr. Shane then. Thank you, board member. Let's leave it. You see, the deputy chair wanted to be creative and necessarily not having an understanding. Let's go to Mr. Shane. Mr. Shane, what was the basis of you creating a parallel process of seeking a legal opinion, appointing LabCo when there was an investigation with clear recommendations, where the state has spent more than 900,000? What was the basis? Were you rejecting the report, or were you having a problem with certain recommendations? What informed the appointment of LabCo for a legal opinion?
No, thanks, Honorable Member. I think maybe on the onset, one must say there is no recommendation that we are rejecting.
No,
that we don't agree with.
No. Don't venture into other things. I'll ask you if you are rejecting. I'm asking you, what was the basis of you sourcing a legal opinion? Were you rejecting the MORAR report?
No, when I arrived November 17th, this opinion was already there as commissioned by the previous
There is an
council.
allegation that you are the one who commissioned this opinion.
No, it's not an allegation. I think maybe it's just a sequence of events. I'm trying to clarify that. It's not an allegation.
So the board member
If
is lying. He's not telling the truth. Because if a person is not telling the truth, he's lying.
No. So we have LabCo in the meeting, Honorable Member.
Mr. Shane.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's me who's directing the engagement. I'm asking you a simple question. There is an allegation that you commissioned the legal opinion, now that there was no board at that time. It is you who appointed LabCo for a legal opinion. And that's why my question was that, what was the basis? And you, on your response, you are saying it's not true. So I'm asking you, is the allegation that you commissioned the LabCo true or not?
No, it's not true.
It's not true. Were you the CEO at the time when LabCo was appointed for to provide a legal opinion on the matter?
I was not in the employment of the State Theatre.
You were not in the employment of the State Theatre. So who's telling the truth here in terms of sequence of events between yourself and the board member?
Maybe let me just, come through if I can. Hence, I always say it's important to give context, because when we don't give context, then things, we lose what the story is about. So the previous council was not in agreement in a number of things.
Can you please, sorry, Memanana, with all due respect, I grow you want to give context and sequence of events. Ha ke na bothata bope, ne? Re bolellen, be clear, give us specifics so that you don't play with us. Say to us that under this CEO, MORAR was an investigating was instituted. Under this CEO and this board, a decision was taken to review it. Be clear on specifics and who was under that, who was on the leadership at that time, so that we can pose our questions to specific people.
At that time, the board was divided, and the LEPCO, because LEPCO was already an existing entity that could give us legal advice.
No. You want to give us a half-baked process? Take it from the onset. Who was the CEO and the board chairperson when MORAR was concluded? In fact, who was the chair and the CEO when MORAR was commissioned? Who was the chair and the CEO? No, listen, I'm trying to give you a guide on what are we expecting from you. When the decision was taken to institute an investigation report, you must tell us who was the CEO and who was the chair. When the report was finalized and presented before the board, who was the chair and the CEO? When a decision was taken that LEPCO must be brought in for legal opinion, who was the chair and the CEO? Because I still want to get the basis of us getting, so I need that sequence of events and who was responsible. Because the CEO, Mr. Shane, has just confirmed that what the board member was presenting and alleging that Mr. Shane is the one who commissioned this LEPCO is not true. The member of the board or the council was lying to this committee. That's what Mr. Shane is saying. So when you give us context, your context must be clear in terms of detail, so that we also don't find ourselves missing. We don't find ourselves missing critical information in terms of the sequence of events. Thank you.
Honorable member, with due respect, I understand that you are sitting on the side where you are questioning. I'll also like to request that when we give feedback, you allow us to give you context, because when you cut us short, then we are not able to actually explain. As I mentioned earlier, the previous board.
Ms. Manana, the more the member asks questions, for once I thought that the World Cup is long over, but this become messy, very messy. And that's why members are using the reports to interrogate, to find out and to get the real gist of the issue when it comes to the actions on the recommendations. This is important for members, because there's enough reason to believe that, you've mentioned at one stage, and I was like, wow, the board was divided. And this only came out of interrogation. The board was divided. It says a lot of things of implementing recommendations. And I think this is what we are doing here as members of parliament. The Honorable Sitembile mentioned the amount of money has been spent. What was the rationale of that? And that is what we want to find out. We have so many commissions in our country currently. And hopefully with all of these appearance before parliament, it's not personal. And it is not for entities to come and dictate how members must give content on their questions. A lot of things has happened in this portfolio committee that was the cause of various actions outside of this committee. Athletics South Africa, boxing, basketball, KSA, you mentioned them. There are hundreds of them. So we are running out of time, honorable members. I want to give Honorable Eugene Mtetwa an opportunity for questions. And
Not a
certainly
problem, I'll submit my questions in writing and also expect a response from the council in relation to, specifically Memanana, in relation to the context. Because I believe sometimes we just abuse these words and behave as if now members of parliament don't really understand what these words mean. And it's unfortunate, but let me submit my questions in writing so that we get the report. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for your indulgence, honorable member. Before I'm going to give honorable Mtetwa opportunity, I see a hand of honorable Letsie. Honorable Letsie, was it a point of order or would you like to speak as well?
No, it is a point of order. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think this, the answers that Member Nana is giving, they don't need context. The question of Honorable Khab was clear. Who took the decision to challenge the MORAR forensic investigation? There's no context there. It's who. She must say it was the CEO or it was the board. And because she had said it was the CEO, Honorable Khabo asked the CEO, and the CEO said, I was not in the employ at the time. Now, the question does not need context. The question is straightforward. Who? And then tell us, because we want to understand, because we incurred costs there, public funds, on the MORAR investigation and the subsequent parallel investigation. This thing does not need context. And I thought, Chair, you are protecting Honorable Khabo there because I think Honorable Ms. Manana was really taking us for a ride. She's not responding to the who part. And I think Honorable Khabo was coming all right in finding out what is, because there's somebody who must take responsibility for either the rejection of duty from the first forensic or the second one, which was commissioned now, and we don't know who took that decision, what is the basis of that decision. There is a prescribed process to challenge a report. You take it for a review for it to be set aside. If that was not done, then somebody must be held accountable as far as this is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing that. And also, that's why we talk about this governance. We cannot rely on independency. If this report was shared with DSEC, I think DSEC will be the first who would have said, let's go for a review on this and all this motivation. So, Honorable Mtetwa, please consider that last important shot of yours, which is straight as well.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also take a ride on that because it is unfortunate that a member of the board would come and lie before Parliament, as we often remind them that it is statutory offense. I'm saying this because Member Nana comes in when Honorable Khabo says, who was in the board, the previous board that took a decision? She then says, no, it is the CEO. She steps out and says, I was in the board, but the CEO took the decision. So she's not consistent with the truth. There's a problem there. You can't step in and say, I was in the board, and then you forget that it is the board, the board that you served in, that took a decision to take this report for a review. Just a parting shot on that one. It is important that you present the truth to us. DG, we seem to have moved from an ideal of becoming a construction site into a forensic investigation site. Chair, I was driving sometime and I went into a gravel road and then I saw a board that says, beware of potholes, on a lighter note. You say the intervention may be an intervention when you present it in the boardroom. As soon as you have boards that say, beware of potholes, it means potholes will be a permanent feature. You have actually endorsed the fact or embraced the fact that potholes will be a permanent feature. I'm saying this because these forensic investigations, they seem not to be aimed at finding out what happened and therefore how can we prevent this from happening again. That has been proven today in this meeting. I want to ask, therefore, from the DG, now that you have mentioned that there is a monitoring, I regard the monitoring committee as those boards that say, beware of potholes. Because it means nothing. To be aware of potholes, it means that you are actually saying you will have potholes, period. So be always aware of those. Would you say that that committee that monitors, what would be your take in terms of performance of that committee?
Honorable Member, I would say their responsibility is to identify the fact that there are potholes, but then come up with measures to plug those potholes and prevent any more such potholes coming up.
My question is not about what do they do. My question is, as the accounting officer, what would you say their performance is? How would you rate their performance?
The crack team or the monitoring committee, as you're referring to, I think it's a bit early. I'm just trying to find the right words to put my response. It's a bit early, Honorable Member, for me to be able to determine their level of success. Because as I said, they started in November last year, they produced the first report in March, and that has helped us to identify some of the interventions that we are currently implementing. So yeah, I think that's how I would respond at this stage.
You've been with the department for a very long time. So in other words, the department was not doing monitoring all this time. And at some point you were acting as the accounting officer. How do you then report these expenditures that stretch across multiple reporting periods? You have a forensic investigation that runs from 2023. Today we are in 2026. We're still talking about no implementation. Some it's review, some they don't know how to respond to the questions of implementation. What was your responsibility, or how would you rate your responsibility as the accounting officer?
I've been in the department for 6 years, and I have been acting, as you indicate, for 2 years prior to my appointment. And that is how I was then able to get close to the process to see that there needed to be enhancements to the way we play oversight, which is why then we had to have that team that was not just reliant on one singular unit, which is the one that Mr. Tanyane heads, but brings on board other competencies to make sure that there are certain skills that work on the oversight responsibility with the so yes, they have been working, Honorable Member. I wouldn't say they have not been doing anything, but my view, hence the establishment of this team, was that this needed enhancement, hence the appointment of the committee that is more multi-skilled than what we have we had at that time.
DG, when we had SIFSA here, you were very proud to take the responsibility from 2021 to 2020 upwards of SIFSA reporting properly. And you kept on throwing back the failures to Zwelakhe Mbiba to answer the question. By you referring the questions to Zwelakhe Mbiba, you were saying he must take responsibility. But when there are failures, you don't take full responsibility. You only take full responsibility when there are successes. I'm asking to you deliberately because I want to understand, how do you report the finances that stretch periods over beyond the particular year when the decisions are taken to do that particular exercise. How do you report this to the Auditor General? What do you say about them?
We report expenditure as against what has been put down as key performance indicators, Honorable Member. And those will then determine what the measurables would be. I do take responsibility, Honorable Member, of areas of weaknesses. So, and that's what I said earlier on when I was responding to another question from Honorable Member Tinkhabo. However, what I'm saying is that subsequent to identification of those weaknesses, I have, as an accounting officer, then gone on to establish a committee that I'm hoping would advise me of how to then move forward.
When you assume a forensic investigation, do you put a performance target based on these forensic investigations? Or you just take
Yes,
a
if it
journey, a
is,
long journey without,
if it,
yeah.
sorry, Honorable Member, yeah, if it is done, that particular investigation is commissioned and done by the department, yes, it would be in the operational plan and would be reported against. Not those of the entities, they would not feature in our operational plan if not commissioned by the department.
I thought the norms and standards would then be filtered down to entities that report to the department, because there must be a consistency in how you report. If your entities have got no process in place, as we've had today and any other day, that there are no processes, there are system failures, how do you then say, oh, in other words, are you saying that whatever the entities do, it's fine, as long as we are fine, we are okay as the department? It can't be, because you are putting money into these forensic investigations. You are monitoring. Why would you monitor something that you don't know how it is monitored by the entity?
No, Honorable Member, I'm not saying it's fine, but I was responding to your question, which was a very specific question. However, in terms of the failures of boards, and particularly the South African State Theatre that we're talking about, I have, as an accounting officer now directly, not through the entity oversight, been given an update of what was being done, interventions that were being done by the CEO when he came on board. I can't talk to the period before that, but he has been doing that consistently from February. So I was aware of what is actually being reported here. Where in March 2026, which is this year, when this new board came on board, they then used the time from March 2026 to be able to understand what needed to be done. Hence, in June, there was those sessions that the chairperson was talking about that then took place to assist them to decide
Be careful, DG.
on
I
what to do.
deliberately mentioned you as being with the department longer. You can't answer based on the current board. You must answer in view of the entities that were there as you were the accounting officer in the department. You have heard constantly, even the previous one, the forensic investigation started in 2023. This one started in 2023, we are in 2026, but you are saying you were only getting the reports from the new council. Before this council, who was responsible? Who was responsible to monitor what is happening with the entities, the compliance with the entities, the forensic?
As an accounting officer, I was. The ultimate responsibility lies with myself, Honorable Member.
So would you consider that you have failed to do so until you had a new CEO and the new council to do your
No, Chair.
monitoring?
No, Tim. I'm sure there are failures and weaknesses in how I might be doing my accounting officer responsibilities. But what I was saying in specifically related to this matter is that the feedback started being consistent from February 2026. Before that, because there was one board that whose term of office came to an end in December, as has been indicated, a new board that came on board but was dissolved because it was identified that they were failing, and the letter says that, Honorable Member, that they were failing to execute their responsibilities,
No,
especially
I
regarding
see what their failures. I'm trying to find out whether the DG can she take us into confidence that now that we have identified these weaknesses, what is it the DG is doing to correct this? What is the DG going to be doing to make sure that this doesn't happen again? Because in most of these reports, it seems like there's a repetition of the same attitude, the same mistakes, the same omissions, the same reporting format, that we are doing this, we are doing that, we are doing this. Nobody talks about, for instance, we found the policy on communication, it was stating this and this and this. Now we have, or the loophole that was there in terms of remuneration policy, we have now changed it. This is what it states. Take us into confidence. Don't report as if you are saying, portfolio committee have high hopes that we are on track now. We can't live on a dream.
No,
So I want to
indeed,
know, deliberate, I want to know what is it that you are going to do? Yes, the monitoring committee has failed to act on time on these issues. We are poking questions, nobody can answer the questions.
No, Chair, Honorable Member, but I disagree that the monitoring committee has failed. What I was saying is that upon realization that it is not sufficient, if I can put it like that, to have a directorate playing oversight over 28 entities. The intervention was the creation of a committee. And at this stage, I don't think we can actually conclude to say it has failed. They have been able to produce a report with very clear interventions that are quite tangible, that I believe we can be able to implement going forward. So I do not believe, and I have responded to your question already, Honorable Member, to actually say in terms of us then looking forward and making sure that we eliminate a majority or all of these emerging challenges. We are working very closely with the entities, and we have categorized them in terms of those that are high risk, etc., etc. And we continue, personally, I chair meetings with the CEOs where we look at how we are proceeding with eradicating those particular existing challenges. So that is what I can actually be able to indicate I have done in the last few months to make sure that we correct the challenges that exist.
Okay, I'm not gonna further ask questions, Chair. I will just make this closing statement. In fact, let me ask the last question. DG, when do you think we got the reports from the department as portfolio committee members?
All the reports for this particular report, Chair, Honorable Member.
The reports that we're dealing with today.
I can look at the dates. I don't have them top of my
Just an
of my
estimation.
head.
Just an estimation.
The report that came from the department came about 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks
I'm
ago.
trying to look at when the other report came.
No, it's fine. 2 weeks ago. When was the committee established? Monitoring committee established?
In November 2025.
We are in 2026 towards November, almost a year. The portfolio committee gets reports 2 weeks and it's able to poke questions. But the monitoring and the department has had almost a year to find out what are the wrong issues, because even the very same monitoring committee, it's here, present here, but it cannot answer to the questions. It cannot give guidance as to what needs to happen. It can't even assist the entity in responding to the questions. So I'm leaving it there, Chairperson, to show that we have a serious challenge in our country of lack of accountability, of lack of monitoring, there's a problem with capacity in general. That's what these things are reflecting to us. I rest my case, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. I'm trying to locate the link for Parliament. If someone can just mail it to me, please. It seems that we will not be in a position to discuss the SAID's report. But I want to have a face-to-face with the DG on this particular matter. The first important thing on the issue pertaining to SAID's, as earlier requested by Honorable Khabo on that line of responsibility, it is also clear, DG, that I'm not too sure whether this report has reached your desk. The minister has indicated he has seen it. He's also not happy with it. But the question arises, what are we going to do with this report? Before I'm going to give members an opportunity, and I want to motivate why we will not be able to deal with this. We must deal with this on a later stage. It's a 4-pager report. The very first page speaks to the recommendation and the other side on the status of implementation. One of the recommendations said seeking legal advice on appropriate corrective action to be considered against SAID's board in line. And the status say the board was dissolved in May, finished. I think that's an insult, Dr. Kumalo. If you dissolve the board, it does not equate the implementation of corrective action. It does not equate the implementation of corrective measures. Also, the individuals responsible, obviously, because they were fired, they were pack and go. So they have breached something. So sitting from where I sit as a member of parliament, we sit and we said, okay, so something seriously went wrong. Now there's an investigation, and now we said there is recommendations. Why are they not being acted upon? Are they then being fired because of my own reasons, whatever the case may be from the minister's side? Section 82 requires consideration of the PFMA, which members are referring to most of the time in all of these meetings, and this is also to lay criminal charges. One of the recommendations is contravention of section, there was a possible contravention of section 50. Now, the status column doesn't speak to that, whether there was one single evidence of compliance or one single evidence of steps that has been taken against the board members, because the recommendation said contravention of section 50. So also, honorable members, section 82 requires the consideration of the PFMA. Now, the absence of actions, Dr. Kumalo, suggests that the recommendations remain incomplete. Period. You can do nothing about it. And we would like, as a committee, that the department must work on it. This very second page. I'm going through it quick, and I'm going to give members an opportunity. But in the meanwhile, I will also ask you to attend parliament. The very first on the second page says, seek legal advice on appropriate corrective action. And there's another recommendation and another recommendation. Dr. Kumalo, on the right-hand side, status of implementation says, this matter is still in progress. Another insult to members. This matter has merely not started for me. They said seeking legal advice on appropriate corrective action to consider against parties. This matter is still under progress. And then there's someone's name been mentioned to say they must how the case was handled. It also has a recommendation about fruitless expenditure, wasteful expenditure, irregularities. This status of implementation does not indicate whether legal advice has been, whether there's action, whether there's a disciplinary, what is the status of the disciplinary, or whether there's any recovers. There's another page says seeking legal advice on the following parties. Dr. Kumalo on the right-hand side, status of implementation. One official retired prior to finalization of the investigation. Whether you retired or not, there are rules. You can still be charged. There are rules. And what does the legal advice say? Where there hasn't been legal advice. Then there's the issue of officials from the sports branch failure to amend and do 1, 2, 3. Your status of implementation said disciplinary process are in progress for 2 officials. With due respect, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, it is misleading. It undermines the integrity of this committee. It undermines the oversight role that Parliament must play over things like this. There's another recommendation on the final page, seeking legal advice. The official passed away prior to implementation of recommendations. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. And I want to say the same. If it speaks to appropriate corrective action, whether the official has passed away, what was the corrective action? It's actually laughable. It also says DSEC must consider commissioning an investigation into the process, followed by the appointment of the legal firm. On the right-hand side, status of implementation, the official passed away. So I don't know. And then we have been labeled as arrogant and we have been given names as parliamentarians. Is it because we want the truth and we want the right things? Millions, thousands, hundreds, billions of rands have been spent, and we are supposed to be the watchdog. And I want to encourage members to remain the watchdog for taxpayers' monies. I am going to give members an opportunity to have an input, and then I'm going to ask Dr. Kumalo to respond. I'm not sure whether the minister is in this meeting still. Honorable Molatsani, followed by Honorable Letsie. Please unmute Honorable Molatsani.
Chairperson, thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to comment on the issue of the SAID's report, Chairperson. It's unfortunate that we've run out of time for us to discuss that SAID's report, because according to me, there are so many loopholes in that report. There are so many questions that needs to be answered in that report. Like as I've said before, Chairperson, we have so many investigations that went through in the department. And the department, it starts to pick and choose which reports to send back to the portfolio committee. It's time that they need to send all the investigative reports that they have, so that we can be able to as the portfolio, to discuss this. For an example, let me make an example, Chair. There was a moment where the minister said that regarding the issue of school sports, that was supposed to be held in Rustenburg, and it was changed immediately, and parents had to spend an extra money out of their pocket for the change of that school sports athletics. The minister said that whoever who is responsible, he's going to make sure that he gets the report and report back to the portfolio committee. Whoever who is responsible, we will know as the portfolio committee. The same issue of school sports athletics last year in Free State, where learners had to sleep in the bus without any security, and we were never given a report. Till today, we are still waiting for that report from the minister. We have the reports of the last time there were officials, the chief directors who were suspended in the department, and we were promised that we will be given the report regarding the suspension and why they were charged in the department. We are aware that others have been dismissed, but as the portfolio, we haven't given any report. Chair, I think it's time that the department must be clear. It must stop to pick and choose which report they want to send to the department. This thing of the department of having the golden boys and the golden girls, it must stop, Chairperson. We are not going to allow it as the members of this portfolio committee. We have been tasked to see to it that the money, the taxpayers' money are spent the way it's supposed to be spent. But we can't be told by the officials which report to discuss, which report not to discuss. Doesn't work in that way, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Finally, Honorable Letsie.
Thank you very much. I think we're not doing justice to this thing, and the approach of even discussing the merits or demerits of the report is not assisting. I want to propose, Chairperson, that firstly we task you to approach the chair of chairs on an urgent basis that we reschedule this meeting with SAIT and the department with the minister on Thursday or Friday afternoon this week, because we do have a lot of, I mean, I can't even begin my dissatisfaction myself with them because I have plenty of them and we don't have time. It's already 2:04. So I want to propose that we reschedule them for Thursday or Friday afternoon, even if it's after hours. Maybe let's look at that or Friday morning, because there's no sitting of Friday Parliament unless I've missed some meetings. But we do have a lot of dissatisfaction that we have with this thing. Next time, Chairperson, maybe let's also minimize bringing in a lot of entities at the same time, because let's deal with them one by one. When we bring SARU, let it be SARU alone with the department and the ministry, so that we give justice to probing of things. I don't think we did justice to the entities today because of time. So I'm proposing that we relook our program and minimize bringing in more than one entity. But this one of SAITs, I think it's extremely important. We have a lot of questions there. You'll know that WADA almost disqualified our athletes from participating internationally, including when we're playing the Rugby World Cup in France. There was that issue where our team was almost disqualified. So it's not a small matter. It's a very serious matter where people must be held accountable. And I think let's give it justice. Let's apologize to them for coming here and not presenting, but ask you, Chairperson, to speak to the chair of chairs so that we do have this meeting latest this Friday. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Members, thank you for your input. Honorable Letsie, thank you also so much for your input. Thursday and Friday, we will have, I think it's Women's Parliament, and then also to give the department enough time to prepare this document. Can't see it now. To prepare this document that has been in front of us with the necessary detail. I think we should give them, but there is a need to find everyone around the table to have a clear discussion on this. And I agree with you, we must as a committee, I'm not too sure our date is quite cockeye, if I may use this word, with the planning of the committee, that we must discuss the issue of entities that must appear, but we have, like my daughter used to say, humongous work, a lot of entities, and that's why we are one of a few committees that meet on Tuesdays and Fridays. We have so many entities and so many queries and so many rubbish that goes on outside among and between entities with athletes and all of that. So, but we need to have a discussion on this to give enough time, as Honorable Malatani has also said very much earlier in this meeting, so that members can give an opportunity, a full opportunity to have these discussions. Otherwise, we have to discuss, maybe if we have 2 or 3 entities that parties discuss in their caucuses, whose member is going to concentrate on this issue, that issue. That is another way, but it also will then prevent another member to speak if a particular entity appear. But this is just some of the ideas. I thought I want to give the Dr. Kumala an opportunity. I'm now going to decide against that, because at the end of the day, I believe that she has taken note of the issues that we have mentioned, of the issues that we are concerned on the value for money when it comes to a report of a very high order organization of this nature. So, Honorable Khabu, are you closing the meeting?
No, Voorzitter, I will not do that. I will not do that, Voorzitter. My apology.
I mean,
for
no,
raising-
it actually means you're the last speaker. If I said
No, even less than 10 seconds. Chair, the Honorable Litsia raises something and it has emanated from our engagements. Let's look at the possibilities. If there are, I don't believe there are legal implications of inviting the current board and the previous board. So that in between, we are not told of previous boards when they are not there. Today, it has exposed an intention to mislead Parliament. And we sometimes sugarcoat this matter and not tell people that they are lying. Someone was lying to us today, and the only way of resolving the lies is when we bring the current board and the previous board. My apology once more again, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Khabu. That must become a rule. DM, please greet us. Before the DM, Honorable Mtetwa, I see your heart is burning.
No, Chair, I wanted to say DM is here. We must recognize, acknowledge her, because
I know you're the DM shop steward. DM.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable members. Of course, yes, we realize that we really need to crack the whip and follow through on decisions, especially where money was spent. External institutions were brought in to help us advance or find solutions in the work that we do. It is not a light matter that was put before us today. It really challenged us. We were even talking amongst ourselves on how to then implement strategies of following through, and of course, implementing the decisions that, or enforcing decisions that have been taken, and also to hold people accountable and not just allow things to fall through without us being involved. We cannot make an excuse about the vastness or the size of the department. We were deployed there knowingly what to expect, but we take good counsel from yourselves, honorable members, and with the time given to us and systems that are put in place, we're going to make sure that next time there is, when there's a need for us to come and report to Parliament, we don't wait until you start, until you request for us, you put an agenda for us. We need to be proactive. We commit to being proactive and maybe just at once have meetings where we will go through all the entities, especially where there are legal matters that are outstanding. Just have a roadshow of all these entities and make sure that once and for all, there's value for money, and people who have wronged the system are being held accountable. So having said that, on behalf of the ministry, Chairperson, in the 7 days that you've given to us, we will go back, work together with the entities and come back with a better way forward in terms of the work that needs to be followed through. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I want, while I'm speaking, I want everyone to unmute their gadget, every single one. I attended the Women's Day event this weekend, and I met someone who's a world champion in. Let me just make sure about the name again. She's a world champion in the shooting fraternity. It was a wonderful day that I've spent. Please unmute everyone, unmute your gadget. And it was during Women's Day. And yesterday I realized that really South Africa has potential. Please unmute, everyone unmute, please. I even tagged Barry Hendricks to say that there's a need that this sport, you know, when it comes to shooting, must be represented at the Olympics. I met someone by the name of Karina de Boer. She is the world champion, a world champion who excels in long range 300 to 900 meter black powder shooting. It was really something to think about. Now, tonight we will have the world-class and World Cup champs playing tonight against, it's a rival match against the All Blacks. And I want, on behalf of the committee, to wish them well. And I want you, Honorable Khabo, to please unmute and let us give them a nice shout, go Bokke, Bokke. So we will follow suit. Bokke, Bokke, let's go! Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair.
Slanele Bokke, Slanele Bokke.